Finally, I'd ask unanimous consent for the committee to use an amendments roster for any items under consideration by the committee, and without objection, that is so ordered. Before I start, I do want to point out this is going to be a little bit unusual in terms of a markup, since we are dealing with the congressional soccer game and the congressional baseball game. Originally, we had scheduled the markup for tomorrow, but we are going to recess today around 5. If we haven't completed the markup, if the markup still needs further proceedings, then we will pick up again tomorrow and hopefully finish it tomorrow. But I'd ask everyone just to be patient and work with us on this, and I think it'll work just fine. Today we will be considering, as I mentioned, one matter, H.R. 3935, the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act, and I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Aviation from further consideration of H.R. 3935. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration, and without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. And I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk, and clerk, please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purposes of further amendment. And I recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement. The Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act is a bipartisan bill to reauthorize the Federal Aviation Administration, the nation's aviation safety and infrastructure programs for the next 5 years. And I want to thank Ranking Member Larson, the Aviation Subcommittee Chairman Garrett Graves, and Aviation Subcommittee Ranking Member Steve Cohen for working with me to develop and introduce this bill, especially given our very tight deadline for getting a bill to the President's desk before the current law expires in September. For over a century, the United States has led the world in aviation safety and in innovation. Unfortunately, our gold standard status is being threatened by increased global competition, rapid developments in technology, and a shortage of aviation professionals, and FAA inefficiency and lack of leadership. Today's bill is critical to keeping America the global leader in aviation, and it's vital to our economy, for that matter, to millions of jobs, and to the 850 million passengers that depend on our aviation system every single year. Passing this bill will provide necessary long-term certainty for all facets of the nation's aviation system. And this bill will ensure robust investment in this critical infrastructure for airports of all sizes, including smaller and general aviation airports. This bill also improves the FAA's efficiency through reasonable organizational reforms and restructuring. The FAA is simply too slow in everything that it does, from rulemaking to aircraft registrations and certifications to just simple paperwork. It's becoming more and more impossible to get the FAA to say yes on any decision, or frankly, even provide a decision. And this bill makes the agency more agile in a manner that won't harm its safety mission. I'm proud to say that our bill includes the first ever GA title. GA is the foundation to our aviation system, and it's where many of our pilots and our mechanics and others begin their careers, gaining valuable experience on their path to professions throughout the industry. This bill recognizes the importance of GA and strengthens the key pillar of our system. As I mentioned, growing shortages in our aviation workforce are a true threat to American aviation. In this bill, we address this threat with proposals to remove barriers to entry for aviation careers and encourage growth in the aviation workforce. The Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act also takes steps to maintain our global leadership in aviation when it comes to the development and the integration of new and emerging technologies into the airspace. Our bill spurs the agency to stop the endless testing and pilot programs that go nowhere, and to move forward with integrating innovations such as drones and advanced air mobility. Air travel is steadily recovering from the COVID pandemic, and we are again approaching the 1 billion annual passengers mark. Unfortunately, this renewed growth in air travel has come with many difficulties to the traveling public. Our bill includes an entire title dedicated to improving the flying experience for Americans and other flyers. Finally, most importantly, this bill recognizes that while our aviation system is safe, we must never stop trying to improve upon that. This bill includes a number of safety-focused provisions to ensure that America continues to be the world's gold standard in aviation safety. One of the most important safety features of this bill is the title for a 5-year reauthorization of the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB, which is the independent federal agency that investigates all civil aviation accidents, as well as other significant transportation accidents. Today's bill is one of the most important pieces of legislation that this committee will consider this Congress, and I look forward to coming to an agreement, and I look forward to the debate that we are going to have on this today and possibly tomorrow. Again, I want to express my gratitude to Ranking Member Larson and Cohen and Chairman Graves and all the members, for that matter, who submitted their ideas for this very comprehensive and bipartisan bill. I'd urge my colleagues to support this legislation. With that, I yield back and yield to Ranking Member Larson.
Thank you, Chair Graves, and I want to say how much I support the ANS to H.R. 3935, the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act. This is a bipartisan effort done in good faith to make the compromises necessary in order to develop a bill that we can support. It also, of course, puts safety first to protect the flying public and secure the future of the U.S. aviation system. Over the last 6 months, this committee has held 5 reauthorization hearings, received over 1,500 stakeholder proposals, and hundreds of member policy requests, all of which contributed to this comprehensive and long-term legislation before us. This bill advances American leadership in aviation safety and aerospace innovation, strengthens and diversifies our aviation workforce, improves consumer protections and accessibility, and makes groundbreaking investments in sustainability. I want to thank Chair Graves, Aviation Subcommittee Chair Graves, Ranking Member Cohen, and all of our colleagues for the collaboration in this process. Although the U.S. aviation system is the safest in the world, recent years have tested its limits. The rise in near-miss events at some U.S. airports has exposed a vulnerability that can be dangerous for the flying public. And this reauthorization will help prevent these near misses by expanding ground surveillance and detection capabilities to all large and medium hub airports, giving controllers and flight crews more awareness of potential hazards. This technology is only in use at 43 U.S. airports today. Further, recent cases of unruly passengers continue to pose a threat to flight crews and other frontline workers. And this bill will better protect the flight deck by requiring FAA to finalize a rule on secondary barriers and develop recommendations to prevent assaults against airline personnel. To maintain America's gold standard in safety, we must implement an appropriate regulatory framework for emerging industries to scale. Our committee has heard about the potential benefits of drones, from infrastructure inspection and delivery of medical supplies and commercial goods to supporting first responders battling natural disasters like wildfires. This authorization requires the FAA to issue a proposed rule for drones to safely operate beyond visual line of sight, providing regulatory certainty to the fast-growing sector and ensuring their safe integration into U.S. skies. This legislation will also help state, local, and tribal governments purchase drones to help workers do their jobs safely, including inspecting and maintaining infrastructure. As new entrants, such as electric-powered lift aircraft, emerge in U.S. airspace, this bill ensures that the voices of local communities and current airspace users are also heard. It extends a program that Subcommittee Chair Graves and I championed to fund state and local community efforts to plan for future AAM operations and their infrastructure. With each passing year, climate change grows as a threat to millions of Americans. And last week's Canadian wildfires and resulting air quality highlights the need for us to take decisive action. This bill makes groundbreaking investments in sustainability, increasing the Airport Improvement Program funding from $3.35 billion to $4 billion, and dedicating a $150 million to airport noise and environmental programs. It also allows U.S. airports to use AIP funding for alternative fuels such as hydrogen and unleaded fuel infrastructure, and makes airports' environmental resiliency projects an eligible expense, helping to build a foundation for a cleaner and greener future of aviation. And American innovation and global leadership are impossible without the hardworking American aerospace workforce. And this reauthorization is a jobs bill, strengthening and diversifying the U.S. aviation workforce, recognizing how critical that effort is to our nation's long-term economic success. It triples funding for the FAA's Aviation Workforce Development Program and expands the talent pipeline of pilots, aviation maintenance technical workers, and aviation manufacturer workers as well. It also requires the FAA to hire significantly more air traffic controllers and takes a big step to prepare for the future air traffic controller workforce needs. Recent flight cancellations and delays have shaken the flying public's confidence in our aviation system. To get us back on course, this bill requires airlines to create resiliency plans to address mass flight disruptions like the one we saw last holiday season. It also takes steps to make passengers whole by requiring airlines to develop policies to cover food and hotel expenses from these disruptions. And for far too long, passengers with disabilities have experienced inexcusable barriers in air travel, from challenges with boarding the aircraft and inaccessible onboard lavatories to damaged and mishandled wheelchairs and mobility aids. And thanks to the effort of Ranking Member Cohen and our colleagues, this bill will pave a way for safer, more dignified air travel for folks who are limited in their mobility. There's much more to recover in this, and we will do that throughout the day, but I'm asking my colleagues to support this long-term, comprehensive, and bipartisan authorization that bolsters safety and protects consumers, in addition to many other things. I do want to thank Chair Graves, Subcommittee Chair Graves, and Ranking Member Cohen, and committee staff for their hard work on this legislation. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. Look forward to continuing to work on this over the next couple of days. With that, I yield back.
I now recognize Chairman Graves, Aviation Subcommittee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we often cite that the aviation system in the United States is the gold standard of safety, and it is. And we must maintain that gold standard of safety. But we also must make sure that we're maintaining gold standard in other areas as well. This bill, for the first time ever, as the chairman noted, includes a general aviation title. This bill ensures that as we move forward, that we can actually facilitate the utilization of new entrants into the airspace, national airspace, and ensure that we have a regulatory structure that is more certain and more predictable, to where the United States can be the gold standard for safety, but also continue to be the global leader in aviation technology. We've had multiple hearings on this legislation over the past several months, ensuring our workforce capabilities. We've had hearings on improving the passenger experience, supporting new entrants into the market, strengthening the general aviation title, and of course, increasing aviation safety. This bill is at nearly 800 pages, I believe, is the most comprehensive aviation legislation this committee has ever put out, and certainly has caused a lot of people, including many in this room, to spend a lot of sleepless nights, including over the last few days, trying to actually pour through the text. I want to thank Chairman Sam Graves, Ranking Member Rick Larson, Ranking Member Steve Cohen, and all the members for the input. I especially want to thank the leadership, though, because, Mr. Chairman, as you know, we had nearly 2,000 unique submissions for ideas for this legislation, 2,000. From members of Congress and from the stakeholder and safety and consumer community. So I want to give a special shout out to Hunter Presti, Laney Copeland, Julie Devine, Chris Sen, Andrew Giacini, and Will Moore, as well as Brian Bell, Alex Minardi, Adam Weiss, Liz Forno, Michael Hudspeth, and of course, Kathy and Jack, the staff directors. You can imagine going through all these hearings, going through all the individual requests, and producing a fantastic bill that, again, digesting 2,000 requests, turning that into nearly 800 pages of text, and further refining it through an upcoming manager's amendment. Really do appreciate all the hard work that folks have put in to make this bill ultimately a success. Lastly, I just want to run through a few of the highlights. The FAA right now, I believe, is organized for more of a 1970s type aviation scenario versus what we need to be thinking about is 2050. This bill takes a number of steps to improve the organizational structure to make sure that the agency can actually facilitate the aviation technology, community, and safety of today. This bill, as Ranking Member Larson just went through, it makes significant improvements to the passenger experience, but it doesn't stop with the four corners of this legislation. Actually establishes a new advisory council to think from curb to to curve, from when you pull up to that airport to where you're leaving the airport on the other side, that entire experience, including parking, including air traffic control, looking at security and everything that a consumer experiences going through that. We've got to make sure that we get air traffic control, better transparency, better technology, get the staffing needs addressed there, and make sure that there is not a bottleneck in this overall system. Workforce, it provides much needed clarity to support the workforce development efforts, including the Cooperative Aviation Recruitment, Enrichment, Employment, and Readiness or Career Program. It makes significant changes for new entrants, including recognizing the tremendous opportunities that exist for innovators in the United States if we can ensure that we continue leading the world and safe integration into the airspace. First and only general aviation title makes significant improvements on permitting and efficiency, building upon work that has been done in the past and other legislation out of this committee, as well as the debt ceiling, NEPA reforms. And lastly, it reauthorizes the National Transportation Safety Board that I want to say I think has done a great job in some very challenging situations in recent years. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you again. I want to thank Ranking Member Larson, Ranking Member Cohen for all the work on this, and look forward to plowing through 170 amendments. This is going to be awesome. Yield back.
I now recognize Ranking Member Cohen for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very important bill and one of the most important bills we may get through Congress. I commend our chairman, our ranking member, and subcommittee chair, Graves, for their leadership. They've worked hard and long hours to craft this legislation that is indeed bipartisan. Bipartisan is a word you hear about a lot because people want it, and it's important to have it because getting sides together is how you create legislation. Bipartisanship is not surrendering your values, it's massaging your values, and it's moving America forward, and that's what this bill does. This has been a good opportunity for me to work with the staff and the leadership to help produce this bill, and I'm proud of it, and I appreciate the efforts. This legislation is critical to U.S. aviation's continuity as it reauthorizes the FAA for the next 5 years, helping to ensure aviation safety and infrastructure programs remain top priorities at an important time. And I should mention here, along with the FAA, a new acting director was named last week, Polly Trottenberg, and I've known her for a long, long time. She's fantastic, and I think that's important to get an acting administrator and eventually a permanent administrator to make the FAA work for the American public. Our reauthorization bill will have a transformational impact on air travel, airport infrastructure, and safety, and will stimulate U.S. jobs creation in the economy. This bill addresses several key priorities, including improving airport infrastructure investments, enhancing aviation safety, protecting consumers, including those with disabilities, addressing resiliency, ensuring the safe operation and integration of unmanned aircraft systems, and advanced air mobility aircraft. That's all the new jargon, UAS and AAM. And improving the development of the U.S. aviation workforce, especially in minority communities, giving them an opportunity to participate in a fulsome manner. Especially pleased to see several of my priorities included in the legislation. Legislation developed with Senator Blackburn to assist airports facing financial adversity due to reclassification from small to medium hubs, which includes the Memphis International Airport. Provisions from the Safe Aviation Flight Enhancement Act that I introduced with my good friend for many, many years, Representative Tim Burchett. I appreciate his co-sponsorship. Language developed with Senator Lujan regarding aircraft cabin temperature standards. Language derived from my Airport Infrastructure Resilience Act with Senator Markey and Representative DeSaulnier. Create AIP eligibility for airport resiliency projects, provisions from the EVAC Act that was introduced with Senator Duckworth, the Mobility Act that introduced Representative Stauber, Senators Duckworth and Thune. It's important to remember people with disabilities and their need to travel in a proper manner. The Prioritizing Accountability and Accessibility for Aviation Consumers Act that introduced Representatives Fitzpatrick and Senators Duckworth and Fisher. And on the Disability Acts, I guess we should remember Representative Langevin, who worked on these for many, many years and helped bring them to the goal line. I appreciate our bill addresses reimbursements related to significantly delayed or canceled flights, family seating, and airline resiliency plans. All the above are steps in the right direction to not only protect and accommodate our passengers with equity in mind, but to protect the longevity of our U.S. aviation industry. As Ranking Member Graves mentioned, I look forward to the hundreds and hundreds of amendments that we'll go through. I appreciate everybody's efforts in bringing their thoughts and concerns to the committee's attention. And I look forward to continuing to work on this important legislation to ensure that it passes on time with the Senate and becomes law before the 1st of September. Well, I guess before the 1st of August, really. I want to thank my esteemed colleagues for their leadership, the majority staff, and the minority staff both who've worked with me on amendments regarding seat size, flight data, recording, underwater retrieval efforts, and the other amendments I mentioned. Alex Schnelly on my staff has been great. Brian Ball's been great. The whole team has been great. I look forward to the passage of this bill and the signing of the bill by the President of the United States. I yield back the balance of my time.
I think we accommodated all your requests, as it turns out.
The only thing that pains me is I didn't put in more.
All right, here we go. I now recognize myself for a manager's amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute that I have at the desk. Clerk, please designate the amendment.
A manager's amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the manager's amendment. I obviously support the manager's amendment and appreciate the work of all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to move this package of changes that improves the bill considerably. This amendment makes various technical and conforming changes to the bill, incorporates a lot of good amendments and requests that we've received over the last few days. For example, this amendment further improves aviation safety. It reinforces the state block grant program, increases support for the NTSB, clarifies that our territories have access to the intermodal infrastructure pilot program established in the bill, and it makes edits in response to a draft rule the FAA published just last week. It also requires the FAA to evaluate its effectiveness during its maximum telework posture at the end of COVID-19, the end of the pandemic, and contains a deployable cockpit voice recorder provision that I know the subcommittee ranking member has been a very strong advocate for. I appreciate the hard work that went into this on both sides of the aisle and the staff to negotiate the manager's amendment, and I urge every member to support this amendment. With that, I yield back and yield 5 minutes to Ranking Member Larson.
Thank you, Chair. I do support the amendment, the manager's amendment offered by the Chair. This amendment includes a number of additional bipartisan provisions and technical corrections. Please see that we are pushing the FAA to do more to make cockpit voice recorders more easy to recover underwater, as recommended by the NTSB. This amendment also includes direction of the FAA to issue guidance to airlines on breast milk pumping accommodations for flight crew. Another issue we can agree on is with regards to helicopter noise in the District of Columbia. This amendment requires the FAA to implement a mechanism to make helicopter noise complaint data accessible to helicopter operators operating in the area and to the public based on GAO recommendations. I want to thank the Chair, Chair Graves, Ranking Member Cohen for their efforts to maintain the bipartisan nature of this bill through this amendment and urge folks to support the manager's amendment. I yield back.
Are there any other speakers on this amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. Go ahead. Sculpin.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Especially as a freshman member, it's exciting to play a role in crafting legislation as impactful and important as reauthorizing the FAA. I'd like to commend Chair Graves, Ranking Member Larson, Chair Graves, and Ranking Member Cohen and committee staff for your work on this bill. Every significant piece of legislation involves compromise, and bipartisan efforts like these are why I wanted to be a member of this committee. I'm here to deliver for the people of West Michigan, and if passed, this legislation will do just that. It will establish a new safeguard for passengers, key consumer protection provisions, spurring innovation in aerospace and the aviation sector, and make record investments in our aviation workforce. Two specific provisions in this bill will be especially beneficial for my district. Michigan's 3rd Congressional District includes Gerald R. Ford International Airport, the second busiest airport in the state and the gateway to all of West Michigan. In 2022, GRR became one of the very first airports in the country to return to pre-pandemic levels. Incredibly, it's already on pace to surpass 2022 numbers. We need significant investments to support the record number of air travelers coming to West Michigan. Unfortunately, the airport's aging air traffic control tower is preventing much-needed expansion. It is the oldest tower among the top 75 busiest airports in the entire country and does not meet security requirements and operational necessities found in more modern towers. This bill includes a provision which directs the FAA to specifically consider old towers at airports like GRR when selecting projects for replacement, as well as a provision to increase transparency around the process the FAA uses when deciding which towers need to be upgraded. Together, these provisions will help provide GRR and airports like it with clarity from the FAA and forge a path forward to ensure the airport can meet the need of the growing region. Again, I thank the chair and ranking member for working with me to include these critical priorities for my district. And I look forward to the passage of this bill and working with my colleagues to ensure that America's aviation sector remains the envy of the world. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Golden. Are there any other speakers that wish to be heard?
Yes.
Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, Aviation Subcommittee Chair Graves, and Ranking Member Cohen for your really extraordinary work in crafting this bipartisan bill. It makes the investments necessary to ensure the United States remains a leader in aviation safety and innovation. In Arizona, the economic impact of our airports and aviation industries grew by more than 215% over the last 2 decades to more than $121 billion. It has meant new economic opportunity, new businesses, new jobs. So it is no understatement when I say this bill matters a great deal to Arizona. And this bill delivers in many, many ways. It addresses the safety of our national airspace on the ground at airports and flight crews. It builds and grows a 21st century aviation workforce needed to meet current and future demands. It fosters innovation by harnessing technology like drones and supports advanced air mobility. It prioritizes consumers and improves accessibility for those with disabilities. And it keeps our rural communities connected. With airport infrastructure needs throughout the nation projected at more than $150 billion over the next 5 years and $2.6 billion in Arizona, this bill delivers a much-needed boost for the Airport Improvement Program, and importantly, it provides more flexibility in how the funds can be used, which was a major priority for Arizona airports. The bill also takes significant steps to foster innovation for new entrants to the industry, as well as it making it easier for drones to be used for public safety, wildfire detection and mitigation, and infrastructure inspection. And I am grateful that it incorporates my legislation with Chairman Graves of Louisiana to help more state, local, and tribal governments use drones to inspect, repair, and maintain critical infrastructure and train the next generation of drone workforce. And it invests in our workforce generally, an issue that I have heard from every sector of aviation, from pilots to air traffic controllers to maintenance technicians to manufacturers. It triples resources for the FAA's Aviation Workforce Program to strengthen the talent pipeline and directs the FAA to hire more air traffic controllers, which has been particularly acute an issue at Phoenix Mesa Gateway Airport, where the lack of air traffic controllers has forced operational changes. And the bill puts consumers first. It requires that airlines adopt policies to reimburse passengers for expenses when a flight is canceled or significantly delayed, and it requires airlines to do a better job to allowing families to sit together. Critically, the bill takes important steps to increase accessibility for those with disabilities by directing the Department of Transportation to create a roadmap for airlines to reduce damage to wheelchairs and mobility aids and explore ways to accommodate wheelchairs on board aircraft. And finally, this bill addresses the longstanding issue at the former Luke Air Force Base Auxiliary Field 6 that has significantly hampered development opportunities in Phoenix area's growing West Valley. I appreciate both sides for working with me to resolve this important issue. Mr. Chairman, the best work of this committee is forged through bipartisanship and compromise, and this bill is a product of that commitment to the philosophy by our committee leadership. I look forward to today's markup and getting the FAA reauthorization enacted this year. And with that, thank you, chairs and ranking members, for your leadership and the incredible work of our staff. I yield back.
Are there any other speakers on the amendment? Mr. Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak in support of the manager's amendment. My amendment is included in this package. A few weeks ago, the BNSF Railroad derailed in a little town called DeSoto, Wisconsin. None of you have ever heard of that. We had a train car full of paint floating down the Mississippi River that could have impacted on a dam, which would have caused a terrible cascading catastrophic effect throughout the Mississippi River. Prior to the derailment, I expressed my concerns with the BNSF Railroad. I was uncomfortable with the conditions of the track, and unfortunately, they didn't pay enough attention to my warnings. My amendment today is going to authorize $3 million for the next 4 years, which will allow the NTSB, who's been incredibly helpful, as has the FRA, to have 15 more rail investigators. The intermodal transportation system for goods, the backbone of that is our railroads, and I want our nation's folks to have confidence in the railroads. On a personal note, I have 3 grandchildren that live 3 blocks away from that railroad track. And if we had had what took place in East Palestine take place there, it would have been devastating. So with your indulgence, I would like to ask you to vote in favor of the manager's amendment. And with that, I yield back, sir.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. All right, are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? I believe Ms. Norton, seek recognition. Eleanor? Clerk, go ahead and designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Ms. Holmes Norton of the District of Columbia, number 058.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Eleanor, 5 minutes.
I very much appreciate that the bill at my request would require the Government Accountability Office to conduct a study of reducing helicopter noise in the District of Columbia. My amendment would clarify that the study shall examine helicopters operated by federal agencies and departments. The federal government is the largest operator of helicopters in the District of Columbia. Currently, the bill defines helicopters, helicopter operations in the study to include the DC Police Department, medical helicopters, and any other operator that routinely flies over the District of Columbia. While the federal government would likely be considered to be an operator that routinely flies over DC, this amendment would remove any doubt. The study will include the federal government. Back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, unfortunately, I have to oppose the amendment. It does seek to add additional criteria to Section 481, which specifically looks at reducing rotorcraft in the District of Columbia. This section was carefully negotiated, and this amendment seeks to include all agencies, as well as the President and Vice President, which would delay GAO in completing the study and providing the committee with the information that be in a timely fashion. Therefore, I urge opposition to the amendment, and with that, I yield back. Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Appears the nays have it. The nays do have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? I believe, Mr. Perry, for what purpose do you seek
Mr.
recognition?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk number 208.
Please designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, number 208.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment repeals the Essential Air Service Program. This program was created by the Airline Deregulation Act of 1978 as a temporary program intended to prop up small community service as the industry deregulated. The perfect example of there being no such thing as a temporary government program, the EAS remains in place and received $354.8 million in discretionary funding in FY23. The costs associated with the program have skyrocketed since nothing in the authorizing statute requires or incentivizes carriers or communities to minimize government expenses. These subsidy payments pick winners and losers among airports and communities as neighboring airports compete against those subsidized by the airport for essentially the exact same market. Making matters worse, DOT has approved subsidies for EAS-funded leisure routes, creating even more government-funded competition for non-subsidized airports. Flights on EAS routes are relatively empty compared to their non-subsidized counterparts. While this is the obvious outcome of subsidizing routes that are not economically viable, which is why they don't exist in the first place, it misdirects industry resources. At a time when the industry continues to suffer from a pilot shortage and a labor shortage more generally, it does not make any sense whatsoever to subsidize such a significant misallocation of resources. Now, I do want to say the bill makes significant improvements to the way the EAS program is administered. I still believe that the program remains inherently unfair and represents a significant misallocation of resources at a time when the industry can least afford to do so. But I do recognize the substantial changes that the chairman has made to the program. And just to let everybody know, as the chairman knows, as long as I'm here, I will continue to watch EAS, and if it continues or goes further out of line, I will be on top of it. But at this time, having been able to say my piece, I respectfully request to withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Moving on.
Excuse me, I need to pick up my jaw from the floor, Mr. Chair.
Moving on, are there any other amendments to the amendment? Mr. Napolitano,
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
please designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Ms. Napolitano of California, number 012.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Mr. Napolitano, 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this is a states' rights amendment that reestablishes congressional intent in 29 years of federal interpretation that aviation fuel excise taxes are required to be spent in airports, but state and local general sales tax are not subject to this limitation. In 1987, Congress passed FAA authorization amendments that required airports to spend aviation fuel excise tax revenues on airport uses. The conference report for the 1987 authorization clearly stated that the requirement that local taxes on aviation fuel must be spent in airports in, quote, is intended to apply to local fuel sales tax only and not to other taxes imposed by local governments or to state taxes, end quote. Decisions on spending state and local government general sales tax are left up to states and local governments. The problem is that in December 2014, FAA made a final rulemaking that contradicts the congressional intent in 29 years of practice by saying that any sales tax as it is applied to aviation fuel, quote, whether the tax was specifically targeted at aviation fuel or was a general sales tax on products that included aviation fuel, end quote, must be spent at the airport. Sales tax of general application taxes are taxes on all products. They are clearly not the same as an excise tax on a specific item such as aviation fuel for a specific purpose of benefiting the airport. In 2014, FAA rulemaking is contrary to states' rights and is an assault on state and local control of the general application sales tax measures. The biggest problem is that this federal mandate is now, as it is how it affects voter-approved sales tax measures that have clear direction from voters on spending. In California, the voters have passed many sales taxes by 2/3 margin for specific purposes. Many of these sales taxes have been for surface transportation. This rulemaking overturns the will of my constituents to tax themselves for specific purposes. In addition, concern is that since sales taxes on aviation fuel are not segregated from other taxable resources, the burden placed on states and local governments to implement the tracking system necessary would be extensive and challenging to implement. My amendment continues congressional intent that aviation fuel excise taxes must be spent at airports. This amendment makes clear that the state and local general sales tax as applied to aviation fuel should not be subject to the same requirement. Mr. Chairman, I plan to withdraw amendment, but I ask that you work with me on this issue that is important to state and other states and local rights as we move forward on the floor. Can we work on this issue, sir?
Thank you for withdrawing that, and absolutely, I'd be happy to work with you on this moving forward.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, that is so ordered. Any other amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute? Mr. Babin?
Thank you. I have an amendment at the desk, 031.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Babin of Texas, number 031.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Babin, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, can we unblock the rest of them? Because I don't have anything on them just yet. Can we unblock them after this one? Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognizing me. My amendment would simply strike a line of the text which states that, quote, commercial space transportation activities, unquote, should be a part of an airspace congestion study by the U.S. Comptroller General. While I'm certainly supportive of efficiency and efficacy, this language has implications on how science, space, and technology jurisdiction over commercial space activities relating to the Department of Transportation. Aviation research and development and space are Space, Science, and Technology Committee issues, and the Transportation and Infrastructure portion of the FAA bill is not the appropriate committee to work on this issue. Thank you, and I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to oppose the Babin Amendment 31, which is strike commercial space transportation activities from consideration in the GAO study on congested airspace in Section 822. I just think it's rightly within this committee's jurisdiction to consider the impacts of commercial space transportation operations on the national airspace system and its efficient operation. The study will ensure that any future decision-making around efficient NAS operations is based on data rather than perceptions, and this matter was included after bipartisan consideration and support in this bill. And I respect my colleague from Texas, and I understand that we have some differences of opinion on some jurisdiction. It's just that when we're talking about the airspace, we need to be able to look at the airspace, even if it's dealing with commercial space transportation. So I would oppose this amendment. That'll yield back.
Excuse me, there should be 10 left. There should be 10 left.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by Mr. Babin. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
It appears that the nays have it. The nays do have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Babin, you have another amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to en bloc the rest of my amendments.
Can you name or number those? Give us which ones so we get it right.
Let's see, I've got them down here. Babin 29. Babin 28. Babin 27. 26. Babin 25. Babin 24. Babin 17. Babin 14. Babin 32, and Babin 20. We can unblock those, please, sir.
Clerk, please designate the amendments.
Amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Babin of Texas, numbers 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 17, 14, 32, 20.
One mistake there was 14. I'd like to correct that. That was not part of it.
Amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Babin of Texas, numbers 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 17, 32, 20.
We're going to pause for just a second to verify that. Is correct?
Yes. Get her attention. Are you sure 14 has been included in there? I don't even see it. Okay, I see that. All right, thank you. Okay, so am I good there? Is he gonna call on me to speak or not?
We will. We're waiting for Democrats to verify with it.
Okay,
Us too.
okay, thanks.
Mr. Babin, you want to make the request to pull 24?
Yes, sir, and there may be others besides 24. Okay, 14 was already out. Mr. Chairman, we're going to also remove Amendment 16 as well. 24, 16, and we already did 14.
24 and 16, he's going to remove from the en bloc. So redesignate.
Amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Babin of Texas, numbers 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 17, 32, 20.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered en bloc and as read. Mr. Babin, you're recognized on your amendments.
Yes, sir. You recognize me? Okay. Thank you very much, and yes, we're happy to en bloc these because the issue here is similar for every one of these amendments. There is a jurisdictional question that space science and technology has historically had jurisdiction over all of these issues, and some of this bill actually usurps that jurisdiction to transportation and infrastructure. And I would just say that I would hope that certainly that these amendments would pass, but I also would like to say that if they do not pass, that I could work with you, Mr. Chairman, and with also the ranking member as well, in settling the issues of the questions and the questionable issues that jurisdictional of the two different committees, SST and TNI, would have over these issues. Because historically, SST has had that jurisdiction. So, Mr. Chairman, if you give me assurance that you would work with me.
Absolutely. We would be happy to work with you, and I think science is marking up tomorrow, too.
Right.
On these, so we'll know more. So without objection, and absolutely you have my commitment to work with you moving forward, and we'll know more, too, tomorrow. Without objection, the amendments are withdrawn. Mr. Garamendi, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 059.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're trying to clarify what we actually did 2 years ago now with the passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Mr. Babin and Ms. Brownlee and I were working on a way in which we might better finance airports, specifically using the TIFIA funding program, loan program, and making it available for airports. Great idea, good legislation. However, the Transportation Department has decided that it is not as broad as we had intended. In other words, they're only allowing the TIFIA loan to be used for projects that are funded under the passenger facility charge, which is a very limited number of projects at airport. Our intention was to make any airport project available for TIFIA loans. So we're going in with this amendment to go back to what we originally intended, that is the TIFIA loan program, if used by and requested by an airport, that it be for any project, including very large-scale projects and modernization projects at those airports. There's a couple of other small pieces to this. The current deadline in the Infrastructure Jobs Act bill is 2025. We're changing that to 2028, which aligns with this particular legislation. and the support for this is broad across all airports. I'd ask for an aye vote. And yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, this is a very broad expansion of TIFIA, and at this time, I just simply can't agree to it, the amendment from my good friend, but I would urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and with that, I would yield back.
It is, thank you, Mr. May I ask a question of the
Yep.
chairman? Given your opposition, it would be unwise for me to proceed with a no vote, which is probable, given the respect that the members of the committee have for you. So I think we need to have further understanding of what we're actually doing here. We're not creating a new, we're just trying to make it clear what we did 2 years ago. So I think it's best to withdraw and have an opportunity to take the issue up later, perhaps on the floor. So with that, knowing of your opposition and the likely outcome of a no vote, I withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. And yeah, let's absolutely keep, we actually have a number of issues that we're still working on before it, after the committee process, before it gets to the floor, and absolutely, we'd be happy to include that. All right. Mr. Boss,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
please designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Bost of Illinois, number 031.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Boss, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Federal Aviation Administration manages congestion at Reagan National Airport with what's known as slots. These slots are intended to limit congestion and delays in flights to and from DCA. However, the last 16 months, DCA has had the 5th most ground delay and stop counts in the country. The runway at DCA is also the busiest runway in the entire country, and I'm seriously concerned that adding additional flights will have serious negative impact on my constituents flying into the nation's capital. My amendment is intended to ensure that my constituents and those flying into DCA are not harmed by any changes to DCA. It limits the additional slots for flights at DCA until the Secretary of Transportation can certify that additional slots would not limit air transportation in areas within the perimeter, decrease the competition, reduce service to small and medium hub airports, strain the current landside and airside capacity of Reagan Airport, and result in an increased travel delays to name just a few of the metrics. Now, I understand wanting additional flights to DCA, but I am concerned that the amount of space and time in the day is limited, and I want to make sure that my constituents are not being harmed by any changes. And finally, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record analysis done by the FAA, Air Traffic Organization, that finds an increase of 20 daily round-trip operations would increase the delay by 25.9%, and an increase of 25 daily round trips operated would increase a delay by 33.2% at DCA.
Without objection.
Thank you. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great amendment, and I oppose it. The amendment amends the perimeter and slot rules at DCA by including additional requirements that need to be met before additional slots could be granted. And although the amendment attempts to narrow the circumstances under which new slots may be added, the reality is the DCA cannot handle any new slots. There'll be an amendment later, I think, on DCA perimeter, on the perimeter rule as well, that I will oppose in addition to that. But furthermore, any changes to the perimeter rules creates controversy that have consequences throughout the entire aviation system. I certainly support what we're trying to do here, it is an issue that does need to be handled probably with this committee's involvement, but only with our involvement, but not dictating a solution. But so I appreciate what he's trying to do, but I think I'll be opposing this and propose the status quo on DCA perimeter rule and slots at this time. That I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Owens.
Yes, I also oppose this amendment with all due respect to my colleague. After 60 years, it's time for the free market to come in place. It's time for us to focus on the constituent, not the institutions, which has been a problem across the board whenever legislators, bureaucrats get involved. We have in our amendment addressing the growth. There's something called the Project Journey right now, a $1 billion terminal expansion is going on as we speak. It's going to give initial 14-gate concourse, 40% increase in capacity security lines. That is being addressed. This is an airport that's underutilized. It's an airport that the American people want to come to, but cannot afford to come to. And it's time for the free market to let us go our way and not allow, again, any more additional bureaucrats to slow roll the opportunities for us to experience what we have here, this great capital of DC. So with that, I also oppose this amendment.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, unfortunately, this amendment requires some further discussion, which we are actually working on at this time. There is a lot of broad effects when it comes to what this amendment is doing. I'm very open to working with you on this as we move forward towards the floor, and other members that obviously have a stake in this as well. If you're willing to withdraw, we'll continue to work on it. This is one of those issues that I was talking about earlier. All right, so we
Mr.
will
Chair,
move with, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I would like to call for hold a roll call vote on it.
You want? Yeah, we do. We're going to have to do the yeas and nays since you, that's what we discussed. The motion's on the amendment by Mr. Bost. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. The noes appear to have it.
Request a roll call, please.
Gentleman has requested a roll call on his amendment as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed at this time. Now we'll go back to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Johnson of Georgia, number 017.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Johnson, you recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would make hydrogen energy funding eligible for federal aviation grant programs and would commission a study by the FAA and the Department of Energy to establish hydrogen aviation policies. As the aviation industry moves toward reducing its carbon footprint by limiting the emission of greenhouse gases, this amendment would empower manufacturers and agencies to consider various energy solutions while assessing the viability of integrating hydrogen into the existing aviation industry infrastructure. On a macro level, the amendment facilitates the development and testing of hydrogen energy in aviation. On a micro level, the amendment allows airports to purchase and prepare land for hydrogen storage and distribution. Both aspects of the amendment are light lifts with low cost and low rulemaking requirements that would produce wide benefits throughout the U.S. aviation industry, including the strengthening of the American energy security, the reduction of harmful carbon emissions in aviation, the creation of additional jobs, and the solidification of America's legacy as the global leader in aviation innovation and technology. I'm proud to have worked with Rep. Del Benny on this important legislation. Also, I'm happy to say that this legislation and this amendment are the result of bicameral effort and a bipartisan effort in the Senate between Senators Ossoff and Graham. Modernizing aviation while protecting our environment are important values as we build our future. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. And I will yield back my time.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, I have to oppose my good friend's amendment. The study does include the FAA, but given that it also includes hydrogen and R&D, I'm concerned that it is going to affect, it's going to be a jurisdictional issue when it comes to other committees, and we have to consult with them prior to acting on this amendment independently. So, Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Chairman, very briefly, in support of the amendment, although I suspect Mr. Johnson will withdraw it, the hydrogen industry is very rapidly developing in California by the petroleum industry. And the use of hydrogen as a fuel for basically all transportation sectors is emerging. Mr. Johnson's bill applies this to the airplane industry. It's an issue that will find its way into the military as well as the commercial airlines. Mr. Johnson's, I think, on the correct path here to merge. I understand the issue of jurisdiction within the House, but also I think this is a very important element in the transportation fuel systems for the future, both for the commercial as well as for the military. And so I know you're going to work on it. I hope you do. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Johnson. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the niceties of this agreement that constitutes this reauthorization bill, I do understand. I would appreciate the opportunity to speak with the chair and other members of the committee as we move forward on this bill. And at this time, I'd like to withdraw this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate that. You know, we've got some interesting, and I absolutely be happy to work with you. We've got some interesting jurisdictional issues coming up as a result of new technology, energy sources, and space travel that we never expected to have jurisdictional issues with. And we're trying to, obviously trying to sort those out. But you have my commitment to work with you on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Yep. Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk, please designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Ms. Titus of Nevada, number 045.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Titus, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Representative Dusty Johnson for working with me on this amendment. This amendment, numbered 045, would require that the FAA take into consideration the economic impacts of reducing or even eliminating air tours at national parks. As you all probably know, the National Park Service and the FAA can periodically revise these air tour management plans. In fact, just recently, they have recommended eliminating flights at Mount Rushmore and the Badlands. This amendment would very simply ask the FAA and the Park Service to consider the economic impact as part of their evaluation. Around these tours, a number of ancillary businesses have built up, whether it's restaurants or hotels or training facilities or mechanic shops, a number of small businesses. They were hit very hard during the pandemic when people weren't out traveling, but now as travel is coming back, especially to our national parks and rural areas, these businesses are coming back. It would be terrible just to jerk the rug out from under them when you consider stopping air tours over these national parks. They also include the Lake Mead National Recreation Area, which is how I'm involved in this because that's in my district, and we've seen firsthand how unemployment was so high during the pandemic, and Southern Nevada was high as 35%. Now it's coming back down to 5%, but these small businesses and these tours that are connected to bringing travelers back to the area are really important. So this amendment would simply ensure that when the Nevada National Park Service and the FAA revise any of these ATMPs, they would just consider the economic impacts as part of their review. I yield back.
Any other members wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, this amendment by Ms. Titus, it represents a good idea that I hope I can work with you as this process moves forward. However, as members know, today's legislation comes before the committee through a very thorough bipartisan process, and in accordance with the Big Four agreement, I have to oppose the amendment. And with that,
Appreciate that, Mr. Chairman.
And with that, if the gentlelady isn't want to continue, we'll vote. Are there any other speakers who wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. The opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, can I request a roll call vote?
A requested vote has been called as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Moving forward. Mr. Brownlee, or Ms. Brownlee. You have an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the
Please
desk.
designate the amendment.
Brownlee.
Hang on, hang on.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Ms. Brownlee of California, number 050.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Brownlee, you recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I'd first like to just take a quick moment to thank you and the ranking member for putting together a good bipartisan FAA authorization bill. This amendment will just simply require commercial helicopters to have both a flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder. The amendment implements a 2009 safety recommendation from the National Transportation Safety Board, which the NTSB reiterated after a 2020 helicopter crash in Calabasas, California, which is in my district. The NTSB has stated that having these black box systems could provide valuable information and data that could be used to help prevent similar tragedies from occurring in the future. Ultimately, in my view, commercial helicopters should be held to the same level of safety and accident prevention as fixed-wing commercial air transport aircraft operating in the United States. Commercial fixed-wing aircraft are required by law to have cockpit voice and data recorders for safety reasons. Commercial helicopters are not required by law to have cockpit voice and data recorders, yet they have a significant higher accident rate than fixed-wing commercial aircraft. This amendment addresses this illogical safety disparity by implementing the NTSB's long-standing safety recommendation to install recorders on commercial helicopters. This amendment will enhance aviation safety and ultimately save lives. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized on this amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? Thank you, Ms. Brownlee. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. This amendment would place an undue burden on rotorcraft operators and impose an impossible timeline for equipage. Given this, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Are there any other speakers that wish to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The nays have it, and with that, the amendment is not agreed to. Now we want to call up the Nels Amendment 037. Mr. Nels, Mr. Nels,
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Nels of Texas, number 037.
without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Nels, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on your amendment. Mr. Nels, can you speak into your microphone, please?
Figured I was loud enough. I stand corrected. Thousands of pilots are being forced to retire every year because of an arbitrary rule passed by Congress
Can the gentleman yield for a moment? Somebody want to tell him that? Mr. Nels, we understand that you have a revision. Is that what we're wanting to consider?
Yeah, we're waiting for committee to hand out some paper.
We're going to briefly recess while we're handing out the papers then.
Okay, we're back. Mr. Chairman? Ms. Nels? Since we have a small change to my amendment, I ask unanimous consent to give the committee more time, since they just received this more time, and return to the roster order, and we'll consider my amendment a little later. We'll consider it later. Without objection. Are we going here? Are there further amendments to the ANS? For what purpose does Mr. Desagnier seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Desagnier of California, number 020.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Desagnier is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply expresses a sense of Congress that identifying the underlying causes of safety incidents and accidents should be the top priority of the FAA. Under current law, the private aviation industry can claim that sharing information would expose proprietary secrets, even in the event of aviation incidents. We saw this recently after the Boeing 737 MAX crashes. While I agree that it is important to ensure that trade secrets remain secret, we cannot allow them to hinder our efforts to prevent future incidents, accidents, or even deaths aboard aircraft. We can do it in a way that would not interfere in private industry. This is a simple first step that we can take in Congress to hold these private aviations accountable and also as partners in safety. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none. Well, thank you, and I want to recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. Unfortunately, must oppose the gentleman's amendment, as both manufacturers and operators are required to be transparent with FAA and the STSB during any accident investigation. It is unclear whether the amendment seeks to address what the amendment seeks to address. With that, thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, with that comment, I would withdraw my amendment.
The gentleman withdraws. Thank you very much. Where are we going next? Are there further amendments to the ANS? For what purpose does Mr. Carbajal seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Carbajal of California, number 026.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Carbajal is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent 3 airports in my district: Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and Santa Maria airports. I have heard from San Luis Obispo and Santa Maria airports about their challenges with dealing with PFAS contamination. My bipartisan amendment, let me repeat that, my bipartisan amendment with Representatives Duarte and Van Orden creates a funded acquisition program for airports to transition from aqueous film-forming foam to fluorine-free foam P3. Airports have been required by the federal government for decades to use PFAS in their aqueous film-forming foam. Now that the DoD has updated the military specifications, airports need help transitioning from AFFF to fluorine-free foam F3. Transitioning includes the purchase of the new F3 and any relevant equipment, cleaning and/or disposal of existing equipment, and assistance with remediation. Apart from the support from Representative Duarte and Van Orden, this amendment is also supported by the Airports Council International and the National Association of Counties. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none. Well, I want to thank you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. The amendment from Mr. Carbajal authorizes $1 billion in new grant programs, and there's no offset or way to mitigate the cost. We simply cannot move forward with new programs at this level of incredibly high levels of funding. So thus, I'm opposed to the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back. Are there any further speakers on this amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Nay. The opinion chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Yeah. Are any further amendments on the ANS, or what purpose does Mr. Nels now seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Nels of Texas, number 037 revised.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Nels is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thousands of pilots are being forced to retire every year because of an arbitrary rule passed by Congress decades ago. My amendment raises the retirement age for Part 121 operators from 65 to 67. It also includes a saving clause amendment added to ensure that air carriers cannot force pilots wishing to retire at 65 to continue working if they just choose, they don't want to, they don't wish to. The amendment maintains the same rigorous medical and certification requirements expected of every other pilot. Repeat, the amendment maintains the same rigorous medical and certification requirements expected of every other pilot. It also addresses an inconsistency in pilot retirement policy. Right now, if you are a pilot flying for United, American, Southwest, or Delta, and your day you turn 65, you're out of a job. Effectively, Congress, we fire you on your birthday. You're out of here. However, the next day, you can fly private or charter jets for the wealthy 1%. Imagine that, folks. You're competent enough, healthy enough, and fit enough to fly the millionaires and the billionaires, but you can't fly the average Joe or the average Jill. I would like to submit to the record a letter from AARP which urges every member of this committee to support raising the retirement age. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record. I am quoting from the letter, quote, AARP has long opposed mandatory retirement ages. An arbitrary age that denies someone the opportunity to work should not be used as a proxy for competence. Pilots should be evaluated based on their individual ability, flying skills, and health, and not on stereotypes or mistaken assumptions about their fitness based on age. And I fully agree with AARP. The pilot shortage that began nearly a decade ago has now resulted in a serious air service collapse in many parts of the country. It is absolutely devastating. It's devastating our regional airlines, and the regional airlines have endorsed my bill to raise the age. I've got some boards here. Here's a good one right here, folks. Pay attention right over here to my right. Southwest CEO Bob Jordan believes pilot shortage will last for 3 years. Analysts have estimated that the United States of America is short at least 10,000 pilots, and with post-pandemic travel in full swing, it wouldn't be surprising to see that number rise. Another one, Texas-based American Airlines, grounding 150 planes due to the pilot shortage. It says it's going to take several years to address the current pilot shortage. National media outlets, the Los Angeles Times, they're ringing the bell. A nationwide pilot shortage is straining air travel. Southwest Airlines has more than 700 planes, but parks 40 to 45 of them each day because it lacks pilots to fly them. CEO Bob Jordan, he's all about raising money for the stockholders, the shareholders. Why would he not want to see an increase in the age? United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby says the lack of pilots will continue to prevent airlines from expanding as much as they would like to take advantage of strong travel demand. ABC News, the pilot shortage is real, and it will cost all of us. Never before have U.S. airlines been more desperate for pilots. The massive pilot shortage affects not only airlines, but also the million of us who fly each year. Regional air carriers support our legislation. Dozens of stakeholders, including numerous regional airports, support our legislation. If everyone in this room, get out your phone. Let's all play the game. Let's get out the phone. Get out your phone, go to Yahoo and Google, and type in keyword pilot shortage. You'll be reading the rest of the day. Numerous articles you will be reading the rest of the day about the pilot shortage and concerns that we have across the country. My point is this, folks. Let's put partisan politics aside. Let's do what's right for the industry. Let's do what's right for the people flying us around. And let's support my legislation and pass this bill to raise the age from 65 to 67. With that, I yield back.
And the members wish to be recognized. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd ask members to oppose Amendment 37, which would increase the mandatory retirement age for commercial pilots from 65 to 67. The amendment's proponent is adding 1 and 1 and getting 2. That is outlining the clear pilot shortage and then saying that raising the retirement age to 67 is part of the solution when in fact it has a negligible, if any, impact on increasing the number of pilots available. But it would have unintended consequences that we should consider. Older pilots tend to be trained on and certified to fly wide-body aircraft, but the pilots currently in higher demand are for smaller, narrow-body aircraft. Furthermore, older pilots tend to take greater volumes of personal and medical leave, resulting in a limited benefit from the recall. And the age 65 is not necessarily arbitrary. The international mandatory retirement age for pilots is set by the International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, at 65. So pilots over the age of 65 would be confined to flying domestic flights only and, as well, could not transit beyond U.S. airspace for any reason. Think of a diversion of flights as a for instance. According to U.S. pilot unions, during the pandemic, airlines offered various early out retirement inducement programs, primarily to pilots between the ages of 62 and 65, to help reduce costs for airlines and enable younger pilots to remain in their jobs rather than face furlough. As a result, 2020 saw a higher than expected number of retirements as pilots in the oldest age bracket, around 62 years old, around 62 to 65 years old, and those folks retired early. And according to publicly available data online, there are more than 7,500 pilots today at the large passenger and cargo air carriers than there were pre-pandemic. So in fact, over the last decade, for which there is data, the FAA has issued 62,972 certificates for the specific pilot privileges needed to fly Part 121 major low-cost regional and cargo operations, while mainline airline carriers only hired approximately 40,000 pilot positions. So there are a lot of pilots out there, and yet there's a pilot availability issue still, but increasing the pilot retirement age would result in a limited, very limited, one-time infusion of labor, which would be negated only 2 years later when those pilots reach the new retirement age. Starting in 1963, ICAO required pilots to retire at the age of 60 based on a risk of sudden incapacitation. In 2006, ICAO increased that age limit to 65 based on improved life expectancy and health conditions. And the US followed suit, not arbitrarily, but based on the ICAO recommendation. There's no ICAO recommendation to move to 67. It's still at 65. And according to numerous studies, including one by the European Union Aviation Safety Agency in 2017, cognitive abilities decline with increasing age, and there's an increased risk of cardiovascular issues and diabetes. These are this kind of information gets into the decision-making at ICAO about what retirement age ought to be. There's not even close to enough evidence to support breaking from international standards, not to mention human factors and safety data we would need and are lacking to justify the change proposed by this amendment. All those who care about the future pilot supply, and I believe all of us do, should be focused on increasing the talent pool. Title III of the underlying legislation takes tangible steps to do just that, increasing funding for pilot training, creating and funding a national center for the advancement of aerospace, codifying the Bessie Coleman Women in Aviation Advisory Committee, and establishing a comprehensive aviation resource center, among many other initiatives. It is a structural problem, no doubt, and the articles that my colleague cited are very real. I understand the concerns that folks have about this. For the variety of reasons I've outlined, though, this doesn't solve it. I'd ask folks to oppose this amendment, urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment, Mr. Graves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Nels for offering this amendment. I want to be very clear on what it is we're talking about here. We're talking about raising the age of mandatory retirement from 65 to 67 years old. I want you to think about that for just a minute. Raising the mandatory age from 65 to 67. I've heard folks out there say that people were being ageist, that they were discriminating against people because of their age. In fact, some people right here in this very room, and that certain members of this body were attacking or discriminating folks because of their age. What Mr. Nels is doing is he's trying to ensure that the medical process that we use to validate whether someone can be a pilot or not is actually a good process. What this amendment does is it puts value, it puts stock in that medical process. Look, the reality is that age is a number. I mean, my gosh, think about how much more mature I am than Rouser, despite the fact that we're the same age.
Hey, do I get time?
My time. But the reality is that there's a medical checks process. That process will find, Ranking Member Larson, it will identify if people have issues with their heart or diabetes or other medical issues that prevent them from being able to be a pilot, that cause a challenge or compromise safety. I think that with the improvements in medical that have occurred over the past few decades, it's okay to not put in a hard age and say that anybody over 65 is old and not capable of flying a plane. We have made tremendous advancements in medicine, in technology, in identifying health threats. I think, look, the reality is, and Mr. Nels laid this out, the reality is that we have a pilot shortage. And I understand and I agree with Ranking Member Larson. I agree with him when he said that we need to expand the pool. He's right. He is. He's right. We need to expand the pool, but we also need to keep in mind it takes 3 to 5 years to train someone to be a pilot. 3 to 5 years. Our pilot shortage is right now. And I think that this amendment is reasonable. Now, I've heard folks say that we can't do this because other countries don't allow it. I want you to think about that for just a minute. Is anybody here going to let another country tell us what we can do here? What's appropriate here? Are we really going to allow other countries to tell America what we can do? Are we? I think that's ridiculous. Number one. Number two, IATA is in support of this amendment. They support it. The international pilots support this. Number three, if this amendment passes, when this amendment passes, we have the ability to have negotiations with other countries. I remind you, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Canada, other countries allow for pilots to be over 65 and fly. I'd urge you to take a look at the safety records in those countries and compare it to other countries that have a lower mandatory retirement age and tell me if you identify a problem. Look, if you want to discriminate against age and say that anybody 65 years old is old, if you want to go out and go say that, you go say that. I'm not saying it. I know some very young 65-year-olds. I know some young 70-year-olds. Are we going to start putting in ages and say that once you cross over this age, you can't be a president too? Are we going to say that? That's right, or a member of Congress. That's a good point. So, Mr. Chairman, I know that there's a lot of strong feelings on this amendment on both sides. I know that there are issues that we need to think through in regard to training and international agreements and others. Other countries don't tell America what to do. Number one. Number two, 65 years old is not old. I'll tell you, when I'm 65, I plan on continuing to kick butt. I do. That's my plan. And I'm not going to give up because of age. I'm not going to give in. We have a medical process that we trust. And that medical process goes through and certifies these pilots to make sure that there is not a health or a safety risk. We trust that process for every single pilot. Why in the world would we not trust it now? We're talking about a 2-year bump. We have a pilot shortage. Yes, we need to think through training. Yes, we need to think through international agreements, but these are not insurmountable obstacles. Mr. Chairman, I urge that we think through this, that we give Mr. Nell's amendment the attention that it deserves, the respect that it deserves, and that it's a solution for the pilot shortage that we have right now. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Do any other members wish to be heard on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rouser.
I'd just like to correct for the record that when my friend Garrett Graves turns 65, I'll still be 51. I would like to yield my time to Mr. Nels.
Thank you, Mr. Rouser. You know, when IACO, which is obviously international, before we raised the age from 60 to 65, there was a waiver granted in the United States. The United States granted a waiver, and I believe it was with Japan. And Japan had pilots flying into this country that were 61 years old. Before we changed it from 60 to 65, we gave a 14-month waiver to foreign pilots who were over the age of 60 to fly into the United States. So this stuff about ICAO, we can't work, baloney. As the U.S. goes, everybody else goes. So the idea of saying, and let's be clear, there's 110,000 airline pilots across the country, 110,000 airline pilots today, and 99,000 of the 110,000 are flying domestically. This doesn't affect every airline. This really affects nothing but really the big three, the Delta's, the American. And I'm telling you, a majority of those pilots aren't flying internationally. The idea that this is going to cripple the industry is all hogwash. It's not true. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my time.
Yield back. Mr. Yakima.
Mr. Chairman, I think we always have to be cognizant of the people that we impact when we pass laws and amendments like this. And I want to share a quick story with you. Just a few months ago, I was getting on a plane in Charlotte. It was an American Airlines flight on my connector coming up to DCA. And all over the front of the plane, there were signs everywhere that told us to congratulate the pilot on his well-earned retirement. The plane erupted in applause as the flight attendant spoke of how great of a career this captain had had. And after the flight was over, I stopped by the cockpit, had a few words with the captain, and with tears in his eyes, he shared that he doesn't want to retire. This particular captain appeared to be very healthy, looked very young from my perspective. But he said that on Friday, 3 days later, he turned 65 and he's forced into retirement. And he has to leave the community that he's helped build in the aviation community. He has to leave all the friends behind because of an arbitrary number, and the man is perfectly healthy. And so it's for people like that that I submitted as a priority to increase the retirement age from 65 to 67. And I'm happy to support this amendment, speak in favor of it. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you. I just want to speak in favor of this. It sort of amazes me. We have Congress individuals here who are older than that, yet we are able supposedly to lead the United States of America and, in fact, in many ways, the entire world. We have had presidents, we have had individuals who are neurosurgeons and doctors of all kinds, and they are able to move forward and do the good work that they do based on the experience you have. If you are healthy, if you are well, if you desire to do this, because of the problems that we do have and the shortage we have, how does this not make sense? Are we literally retrogressing when we say that people who are of that age no longer can function and do their job? I don't think so. I'm a dentist. I know many of the dentists at that age who are excellent. And I know dentists, quite frankly, who are a lot younger who aren't. So if you've passed all your medical, physical tests, as long as you've gone through everything that you should go through and that you are a good pilot, there's absolutely no reason in this year, in this place, in this time, in our country, that you shouldn't have the opportunity to serve the public. And frankly, it helps the public. Do we care about them a little bit? Because we're short, and it creates problems with flights, and it creates other issues. So it's a win for the public, it's a win for the pilot, it's the right thing to do, and it represents the time and the place in which we live. I support Mr. Nell's amendment.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. Mr. Nels, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. It appears the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to request a roll call.
A roll call vote has been requested. As previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Okay. Mr. Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Stanton of Arizona, number 025.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Stanton, you recognize.
Before I speak to the amendment, I do have a unanimous consent request to submit a letter for the record from Congressman Biggs on behalf of the contract air tower issue that was included in the manager's amendment.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An estimated 25.5 million Americans have disabilities that make traveling outside the home difficult. More than 30 years after the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Air Carrier Access Act were signed into law, millions of people with disabilities continue to face barriers that make air travel unnecessarily difficult and frustrating. From inaccessible airport facilities and an in-flight seating to discrimination based on traveling with a service animal, passengers with disabilities continue to need better policies to make air travel more equitable. I am pleased the bill before us takes several important steps to improve accessibility for those with disabilities, but I believe there is more we can and should do. The Department of Transportation requires that airlines provide in-seat seating accommodations for passengers with certain disabilities and accommodation needs, such as for those passengers who travel with personal care attendants or assistants or have a fused or immobilized leg. However, many passengers are charged extra for such seats, and their companions are often not allowed to sit with them. Further, people who travel with service animals continue to encounter difficulties when navigating confusing airline policies and inconsistent treatment. My amendment would improve the air travel experience by requiring the Secretary of Transportation to issue regulations regarding seating accommodations for passengers with disabilities. Further, it would establish an optional known service animal travel pilot program, which would sunset after 5 years to provide service animal users the opportunity to participate in a streamlined pre-registration process and would require DOT to provide guidance on training for personnel on recognizing when a passenger with a disability is traveling with a service animal. I urge support for the amendment and yield back, and thank my co-sponsors on the amendment, Congressman Molinaro of New York and Congresswoman Titus of Nevada.
Would Mr. Stanton yield?
Yes.
I'm a little confused with your language. Known service animal travel pilot program. Are you making known service animals pilots?
I know there is a pilot shortage issue, but no, that is not the intent of the amendment.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? I do appreciate the gentleman's work on the amendment, but unfortunately, prior to directing further rulemakings and creating a pilot program, I think we need some further information before we move forward. And given that, I'd have to oppose. And with that, I would yield back.
Mr. Chairman, with your commitment that we work together to try to find advancements on the important issues raised by the amendment, With that agreement, I would withdraw the amendment.
Absolutely, you have my word that we will work with you on that, for sure.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Stanton. Moving on, actually moving back. So we have a conflict with another markup in one of the other committees, so we are bouncing around a little bit in terms of the amendment order. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico, number 027.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Air cargo is one of the main alternatives at hand for fast and efficient delivery of goods for businesses and consumers. It is a key component for transporting high-value perishable goods, including food, electronics, pharmaceuticals, live animals, among many others. It is also an economic driver, with some estimates showing that air cargo transports over $6 trillion worth of goods and contributes to economic expansion worldwide and aids developing markets. Global air cargo traffic is expected to grow by 4.2% in the next 20 years. Nearby countries like Colombia and Dominican Republic have invested extensively in their airport infrastructure to attract air cargo business. In the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2018, I secured language requiring a study from the General Accountant Office to examine international air cargo transportation services among the U.S. and African, Caribbean basin, Central American, European, and South American countries, and the potential effect of the establishment of an air cargo hub in Puerto Rico. The study, published in October 2020, showed that close to 50% of air cargo transported between the U.S. and these global regions was concentrated in Europe and Latin America. Early this Congress, I reintroduced H.R. 375, the Puerto Rico Air Cargo Industry Empowerment Act. This bill will modify foreign civil aircraft regulation with respect to air cargo operations in Puerto Rico and allow foreign civil aircraft to stop on the island and exchange cargo with other air carriers, similar to Alaska, where the Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport serves as a gateway for air cargo traffic between North America and Asia. Many people are not even aware, but 47% of the economy of Puerto Rico is between pharmaceutical and electronic device manufacturing. So Puerto Rico could be an option for air cargo traffic between North America, Europe, and Latin America. Puerto Rico has 3 international airports. These undertake air cargo operations but are notably underutilized. And yet, their geographical location and being part of the U.S. jurisdiction makes them ideal to support foreign cargo operations from European and Latin American countries. Puerto Rico has already begun working in this direction. The Secretary of the Department of Transportation granted passenger and cargo exception authority from April 2020 until April 2022. Puerto Rico decided to request a second waiver, which is currently valid through November 2024 and has generated economic activity in air transportation and supportive industries, including logistics, biopharma, manufacturing, as well as infrastructure development. Amendment 27 will extend authorization for foreign civil air cargo operations in Puerto Rico, not for passengers, for a period of 5 years. Foreign service aircraft will be authorized to stop in Puerto Rico and exchange cargo with other carriers during this time. This amendment will allow us to continue seeing the benefits of expanded air cargo operations and support not just Puerto Rico, but the whole U.S. country. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I have to oppose the Amendment 27, which would allow foreign air cargo carriers to operate within a U.S. territory, something we allow by waivers now. This would change the law to allow it for 5 years. Changing the law, this amendment, in doing so, the amendment would allow aircraft crewed by anyone in the world to operate free from American laws, including labor and environmental laws, in airports and in our airspace, so long as they stopped over in Puerto Rico first. So I'm very sympathetic to the representative's concerns, but this amendment does directly threaten jobs from Americans by allowing foreign air crews to undermine existing cabotage laws, and would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? I think the amendment by Ms. Gonzalez-Colon represents a good idea, and I hope we can work further as the process moves forward, but I do have to oppose it today. Are there any amendments to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if that's the case, I would love to work with you and the ranking member in possible options. Right now, this has been done in the administrative way in the Department of Transportation, so I will be willing to withdraw the amendment, and if we can work together to that, and I will really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I withdraw the amendment.
We will do that, and thank you very much for the withdrawal. All right, we are now to Mr. Garcia, number 37.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Garcia of Illinois, number 037.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And Mr. Garcia, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise, of course, in support of my amendment to conduct a study that assesses slot competition and existing slot processes. When airport capacity is generally unable to meet carrier demand, the FAA may impose mandatory slot coordination or engage in schedule facilitation with carriers. This amendment would conduct a study on how these slot selections are determined. This amendment will help us better understand the impact on market mechanisms when allotting takeoff and landing slots at congested airports. This study can improve consumer choice and quality of airport slotting systems while improving gate access for smaller carriers. This study can help us learn about the various approaches that more slots open to bidding by all airlines, requiring airlines to either make efficient use of the slots or give them up and prevent private anti-competitive slot trading. Recognizing that this is an ongoing debate, Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment at this time.
Thank you, gentlemen. I do appreciate your work on this amendment. I'd be happy to work with you as we move to the floor.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Drew.
Excuse me, I've been talking a lot lately. I'm losing my voice on and off. Yes, I would like to offer an amendment, and I rise in support of this FAA reauthorization.
Designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey, number 038.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. Mr. Van Drew, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak in support of this. The FAA William J. Hughes Technical Center is a facility of great cultural and economic importance to my community of South Jersey. Known as the crown jewel of the FAA, the Technical Center leads the world in researching and developing our most advanced aircraft and aviation systems. This authorization will make the Technical Center permanent. In 2001, the FAA tried to dismantle the Technical Center. We worked together with tech center unions, industry partners, and this committee in a bipartisan way to successfully block that attempt. Congress must protect the Technical Center from bureaucratic land grabs. That's why I asked this committee to insert the Technical Center into United States Code and make it a permanent fixture of law. This bill does exactly that. It enshrines the Technical Center in U.S. Code and plainly states that it will always be at its current location. This is truly a historic piece of legislation for our area and for South Jersey. We are codifying the Technical Center, making it permanent in our community, and even expanding its mission. Our country is entering a new era of aviation with new challenges. The language included in this bill positions the Technical Center to expand into new activities, which are so necessary, like unmanned craft systems and advanced air mobility. This new role brings a new title, the William J. Hughes FAA Technical Center for Advanced Aerospace. I am already working to establish new programs and infrastructure in South Jersey to empower this expanded mission. This FAA bill is a categorical win for all of us and for our country. I look forward to working with Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson through the rules process to ensure that we also include language on R&D and the National Aerospace Laboratories. We got to do this thing right. To the people of South Jersey, I can proudly say that the Technical Center is here to stay. I will take this opportunity to comment on the serious need to improve the broader FAA's approach to technology in general and technology integration. Over the past years, we have seen numerous failures with drones, spectrum, air traffic systems, and most recently with the Advanced Air Mobility Special Federal Aviation Regulation. I am proud to have worked with Mr. Johnson of Georgia to secure a bipartisan win in the manager's amendment protecting AAM from yet another FAA leadership blunder. My current amendment would establish an associate administrator to provide the bold leadership and cultural transformation that the FAA desperately needs on the issues of technology. I appreciate that this committee did include some of my proposed reforms, including the horizontal structure of the Office of Innovation. It is truly a step in the right direction. We must go further if we want to address the profound cultural dysfunction at the heart of the agency's failure. Clearly, importantly, the United States Senate has included the exact language of this amendment in their FAA reauthorization. I want to repeat that. The Senate has included this exact language on this amendment in their FAA reauthorization. I hope that when we conference with the Senate, this committee will negotiate the transformative changes that this agency needs. But for now, Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Van Drew. I appreciate the work that you've put into this, and thanks for the withdrawal. And we aren't finished with that. Moving on. Got a new book. Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm proud to introduce this amendment because of the Gulf South amendment.
Offer the amendment, designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana, number Carter 1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Carter, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to introduce this amendment because the Gulf South, we understand that we must do all we can to protect vulnerable communities from disaster. Additionally, these technologies have great potential in the energy space, whether it be for flying over oil barges to protect and check for leaks, or flying around the offshore wind facility to check on our turbines. The energy industry in the Gulf will greatly benefit from their utilization. By expanding test sites for 55 pounds plus UAS devices, we can develop the vulnerable tool to assist in industry and with disaster preparedness, mitigation, and recovery efforts. As climate change worsens, research and development of unmanned aerial vehicles will be even more critical. I urge your support, and I thank you. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Graves.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Mr. Carter for offering this amendment. I think this amendment makes a lot of sense in that there is an extraordinary opportunity in the Gulf of Mexico. First of all, it's not overpopulated areas. Second of all, there's a huge use case to be made for test sites over the Gulf of Mexico. This would allow for a new test site. It would allow for up to 55 pounds of cargo. The challenge here is that, as you know, Mr. Chairman, and as the ranking member knows, is that we have received, I think, over a dozen new requests for test sites, number one. Number two, the existing test sites have major utilization issues and that folks aren't sure where, how, capacity, things along those lines. And so, obviously, sharing the Gulf Coast with my friend from Louisiana, I absolutely support the objectives of this amendment. I did want to ask Mr. Carter if he would be willing to press pause on this one and let us just continue to work between now and the floor and see if there's a way of revisiting the existing test site issue and see if because if it's done for this one, then floodgates are going to open. And I think that there's a major issue with the existing test sites, proper utilization capacity, and I think that it's a conversation that needs to be had with a lot more folks before we just open up for one. So just ask if my friend would be willing to withdraw, see if we could get the chair and ranking member and all work together to talk and see if there's a more viable path forward looking at existing test sites.
Thank you very much, Congressman. With the understanding and commitment from the chair and you, I'd be more than willing to withdraw with the understanding that we'll go back, tweak, and revisit and see how we can make this a more sound amendment.
Gentleman Reel?
Yes, I do.
And I just want to be clear. I think that there's a much larger issue and that there are a number of other test sites or test site requests, and I think it's just going to be a need to be a larger conversation. So just want to be clear there.
With that, I'd ask unanimous consent to withdraw with the understanding that we'll spend some more time on this measure.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. I appreciate that very much. Moving on, Mr. Owens, you're up. Yep, just call your amendment up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Owens of Utah, number 013.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Owens, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. This DCA debate impacts millions of our constituents and hundreds of thousands of businesses throughout our country, and yet it is uniquely a D.C. conversation. Only here in D.C. 6 years ago were legislators given the power to decide if and how often Americans would fly to the nation's capital. This D.C. amendment is focused on granting more Americans the opportunity to decide for themselves if and how often. This Congress has an opportunity to give our fellow Americans more access through less expensive, more convenient, and more value-added travel to the people's house. In the late 1960s, D.C. legislators imposed a 1,200-mile perimeter to ensure the success of Dulles Airport. In doing so, though, they failed to envision factors like population growth and the future access demands of close to 30% of Fortune 500 companies that are located outside the perimeters. Every airport outside of D.C. has evolved and modernized the old-fashioned way through the invisible hand and pocketbook of we the people. It's called the free market. Today's debate regarding the modernization of the D.C. Act is a discussion about the invisible hands of millions of inquisitive Americans willing to pay for the experience of visiting people's house. They come to our nation's capital to advocate for their businesses, their industries, and to educate their children on how our republic works. If we are to address the industry's high costs and the limited option travel to D.C., if we do not address this, too many of our youth will never know the value and the workings of the people's house. They might never experience the history and awe of walking the halls of the Capitol building, of visiting our offices, seeing you and your fellow colleagues voting from the gallery or taking the vote themselves on the floor. They may never see the spot at Statuary Hall where Abraham Lincoln sat as a young congressman, or stand in front of the Washington and Lincoln Monument, or the war memorials commemorating our brave soldiers. Our failure to grant access to our upcoming generation may limit the potential of our future's next Benjamin Franklin or Booker T. Washingtons. Myth: additional flights to DCA will hurt the growth of Dulles. The truth: Northern Virginia's population has tripled since the 1970s. Dulles is now one of the top airports in the country. It should never be afraid of the free market, which gives customers the best options. Myth, loss of flights. The truth, the amendment specifically states that existing direct flights are protected, clearly stated in the amendment. Myth, it will add additional noise. The truth, due to innovation technology, noise levels at DCA have remained flat for the past 10 years. A report from the Committee of Aviation Environmental Protection estimates that in 2030, new certified aircraft will be quieter than the aircraft certified in 2020. Myth, not enough room for expansion. The truth, the DCA is presently underutilized. It now has a $1 billion terminal expansion called the Project Journey, a 14-gate concourse, 50,000 feet at each checkpoint, 40% increase in capacity of security lines, and a recent op-ed by a former FAA official that we definitely have the room to grow. The bill enacts 14 slots instead of the amendment's original 28 between 7 carriers now servicing DCA. The FAA will determine if DCA can accommodate the full 28 flights without congestion. If found additional flights will cause too much congestion, they will not be added. In conclusion, the 60-year-old perimeter law is now archaic. It has proven to be both a blessing and a curse. Blessing to Dulles Airport, which once needed protection, but now represents one of our country's true success stories. It is a giant in the Northeast region and no longer needs the protection from the free market. Actually, just the opposite. Without competition, inherently the services, the innovation, the price structure at Dulles will suffer. The curse is for millions of American taxpayers west of Mississippi who have supported the Dulles Airport 60-year stabilization, but have never benefited from their investment. We now owe it to those taxpaying business owners to give them easier and cheaper access to their representatives. Most importantly, we owe it a return of investment to our next generation, our youth. They deserve easier, cheaper, and more convenient access to real-life civic education. It's imperative that they see firsthand, whether in, parameter, or out, that our nation is depending on them to continue our march toward becoming a more perfect union. Because of the need of access and education, I ask for your support in this bipartisan amendment. I want to thank my colleague Hank Johnson for partnering with me on this. And with that, thank you, and I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Eleanor.
Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, which would change the high density and perimeter rules at Reagan National Airport to add 28 additional flights. These changes would significantly increase delays at National. In a March 2023 memorandum, the FAA said that, and here I'm quoting, "We find that an increase of 20 daily round-trip operations would increase delay by 25.9%, and an increase of 25 daily round-trip operations would increase delay by 33.2%, end quote, at National. Simply put, National does not have the capacity to accommodate more flights or more passengers. The current rules exist to ensure operational viability for both National and Dulles International Airports. National and Dulles work as an integrated airport system to meet the needs of the traveling public. Changes to the high density and perimeter rules at National would have very negative consequences for the flying public, the DC region, and its residents. National already operates at maximum capacity in its flight schedule with 1 flight per minute during standard operation hours. This amendment seeks to increase flights during the early morning and late night when residents of the DC residents are trying to get a good night's sleep. The airport concourse at National was built to accommodate 15 million people per year, but now operates more than 23 million passengers per year. With 1 flight per minute and 8 million more passengers in the airport annually, there is already maximum stress on the operation of the airport. Increasing the number of flight slots at National would further overburden an already overworked air traffic control system and prioritize the desires of a few members of Congress over the operations of a delicately crafted air traffic system in the National Capital Region. This amendment would cause more flights to be delayed or canceled, more landings to be diverted, and neighborhoods under flight paths to experience greater aircraft noise and emissions. Many members' districts would have less access to national as flight routes would be changed, and regional airports would have their flights canceled in favor of flights to other districts which already have direct service to DC. Dulles was designed to fill the service gaps created by national's limitations, and the airports work in conjunction to meet the needs of the flying public. Both airports are accessible from downtown DC by Metro Rail and Metro Bus, thanks to the Silver Line extension that opened this fall. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Next, go to Mr. Bost, then Mr. Johnson, then Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Bost.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I have serious concerns about the existing congestion right now and the limited resources at DCA. An additional 28 or potentially 56 flights would certainly stretch the resources even further. Over 16 months, DCA has had the 5th most ground delays and stop counts in the country. The runway at DCA is also the busiest runway in the entire country. I am seriously concerned about adding additional flights to the airport already under strain will have serious negative impacts for all of our constituents flying in. Finally, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a tweet from Governor Glenn Youngkin opposing any changes to the slot rules. It is
without objection.
It is for these reasons that I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. This bipartisan common sense amendment will allow for increased and more affordable access to and from Washington, D.C. by families and visitors who come for sightseeing and by employees who work at the many businesses and other enterprises located within the National Capital Region, also known as the DMV, which is the 6th largest metropolitan area of the country. There has been exponential growth since the DCA perimeter rule was established 57 years ago in 1966, and it is past time to update the antiquated perimeter rule so as to meet the air travel demands for 2023 and beyond. Given that ticket prices for flights to and from the DC area are some of the highest in the country, it's also a reminder of how important competition is and why consumers need and deserve more air travel choices. The Burgess Amendment, which I support, will modernize the federal perimeter rule by not adding 28 flights initially, but adding 14 new flights to Reagan-Washington National Airport, and will increase flight options for travelers seeking to visit Washington, D.C. After a period of study, if the study concluded that more flights were doable, then the other 14 flights, according to this amendment, the other 14 operations would be permitted. The proposed amendment does not jeopardize existing service to and from DCA. It will only serve to strengthen regional service, as these new flights can be allocated both beyond and within the perimeter and will be distributed across all domestic carriers currently servicing DCA. Traveling to Washington, D.C. should not be a privilege reserved only for those in this room or others who can afford the sky-high ticket prices. I urge each and one of you to support this critical amendment that will provide more affordable access to the nation's capital for our constituents both near and far. I want to relate to you a headline of an article. The headline was Ronald Reagan, and of course this airport is named after Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan saying, Mr. Gorbachev, tear this wall down. Well, Mr. Youngkin and all others standing in the way, tear this 57-year-old archaic rule down. Let's bring competition to DCA. Let's get prices lowered on tickets. Let's modernize operations out of Washington, D.C. so that they can benefit people out in Mr. Burgess's area of the country and beyond. They should be able to be served by direct service. We shouldn't have to pay for a high cab fare from Dulles or from Baltimore, Thurgood Marshall, Baltimore, Washington Airport. Even though there is some rail service now going out to Dulles, that's a plus. But don't make our business people have to waste time when they could get a flight right into Washington, D.C. It's a good sense amendment. It splits what was asked for in the DCA Act down the middle to 14 right now. I think it's a very reasonable compromise, and I want to commend the hard work of Representative Burgess on this bipartisan amendment, which I support once again, and with that I yield back.
Mr. Vandrew. Mr. Vandrew.
Chairman, you're gonna be mad at me. I lost my place because I had something else. 20, okay. Yes, and this is an important piece of legislation. I support it. And the airport can accommodate a total of up to 28 new flights. The additional flights will only be phased in if the report finds the DCA cannot accommodate any or all of them. Thank you, Chairman.
Absolutely. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I made my points earlier. I just do want to let folks know I'll be opposing Owen's amendment, supporting Representative Norton. Yield back.
Mr. Graves.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make note that I just heard Mr. Johnson quote Ronald Reagan. I heard Mr. Stanton quote Andy Biggs. It gives me hope for the Republic. Yield back.
Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Folks, this amendment is about one simple thing, and that's competition. Currently, because of Congress, and perhaps with good reason several years ago, an agreement between DCA and Dulles is restricted. Competition for routes beyond the perimeter is restricted, and competition to directly bring passengers to DC is restricted. Think about that big picture for just 1 second. We're preventing competition among airlines to bring American citizens, our constituents, to our nation's capital. Even President Biden admits that the lack of competition drives up prices for consumers, drives down wages, and holds back growth and innovation. Yet, we're continuing to let those effects cultivate at the detriment of Americans who are trying to access their government. Representative Owen's amendment does not impact any current flights out of DCA. It simply increases airlines' ability to bring our constituents directly to us. The amendment will lower costs for Americans, a principle most, if not all of us, have been fighting for since getting elected, and reduces travel time for Americans trying to visit Washington, D.C. I commend Mr. Owen's work on this matter and urge you to support this amendment to increase competition, lower consumer prices, and expand our constituents' access to America's capital. Thank you, and I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, I very much appreciate the gentleman's work on this, and it's something that I am very interested in, seeing a resolution to, so I'm going to do something a little unusual here. So I would ask Mr. Owens if you would withdraw, and then if I could get Mr. Bost, in which we have a recorded vote pending on his amendment, if I could get him to, or I'd ask unanimous consent to withdraw his, but if I could get your commitment to do that, we'll continue to work on this and try to come up with a resolution before we go to the floor.
Mr. Chairman, with the commitment to keep working on this, to move this toward the floor, I agree to withdraw my amendment at this time.
You have our commitment that we will continue to work on this, and I'd ask unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent to withdraw my request for amendment number 31.
Without objection, that is so ordered. And gentlemen, we're going to continue to work on this, and we're going to, I want to find a resolution. We'll go to Brian. Mr. Ryan.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, number 016.
Designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Ryan of New York, number 016.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Ryan, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. I certainly won't take the 5 minutes. I appreciate the chair and the ranking member working in a bipartisan fashion to create the Aviation Medical Innovation and Modernization Working Group so that we can streamline the process and help clear the medical backlog for pilots, and also have a space to help pilots disclose health issues. My amendment would ensure that the working group actually includes input from senior aeromedical professionals. To me, it only makes sense that those who provide medical certificates for commercial airline pilots are required to be part of the process. I want to make clear that I believe it should be a priority of this committee to work to ensure more senior AMEs are available to handle pilot medical needs so that we can continue to support our commercial airline pilots to ensure they're able to fly if they're medically able to do so. However, Mr. Chair, I understand my amendment does not have four corners agreement, and so at this time I request unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment, but ask that we and encourage the committee to continue to look at this matter further. And I yield back.
Without objection. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Mast of Florida, number 048.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, it deals with an important issue with Section 163 of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2018. So 163, it's well-intentioned. It's fallen short, though, of its original purpose, and it's caused some unnecessary delays and hindrances in infrastructure projects. So 163, initially designed to expedite the permitting process, serving as a preliminary review to determine if a project falls under the federal jurisdiction before subjecting companies to burdensome requirements of NEPA. However, the FAA has transformed this provision into a massive delay tactic, resulting in very prolonged reviews that stop progress for airports. This isn't the first time we've seen this. So let me give you a for instance in this. If you want to build fuel storage tanks using federal funding, common item at an airport, you may have to wait months until you even begin to start the formal permitting process while the FAA figures out if this is a non-federal or a federal project. So what can make this worse is the FAA sometimes poorly communicates its findings, only to tell you that it excluded part of your project that you wanted to use federal funding for after you've gone through the entire NEPA process. And after years of work on your fuel storage project, you'll find out you can only build part of it, but not build the whole project. So to solve this issue, I propose tightening the language of Section 163 to ensure that it fulfills its intended function, which is to streamline the permitting process while maintaining environmental responsibility. The amendment that I present today will set a clear timeline for FAA's review of Section 163 requests. And with this language, the FAA will have a fixed time frame of 40 days to review Section 163 requests. So that's the long and the short of this. I implore support of this piece of legislation, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chairman yields back. Any other members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Ranking Member Larson.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I rise to oppose the Mast Amendment 48, which directs the FAA to issue final determinations on airport layout plans within 40 days. This timeline forces the administrator to make determinations on layouts that materially impact the safe and efficient operation of aircraft at, to, or from the airport, or that would adversely affect the safety of people or property on the ground adjacent to the airport within 40 days. We cannot put a timeline on safety. This legislation is already pushing the limits of expediting safety and environmental reviews for airports, and considering the potential impacts on safe airport operations at stake here, let's not push it any further. So I oppose this amendment and ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you. Yield back.
Any other members wish to be recognized? Any amendments to the amendment? Recognize myself for 5 minutes. First, I want to thank the gentleman from Florida for his amendment, and I want to thank him and others that worked on the Builder Act that ultimately was included as part of H.R. 1 in the debt ceiling negotiation. That legislation did, for the first time in 40 years, come in and begin to put some time frames or limitations on environmental reviews. The gentleman from Florida is exactly right that these reviews, as we know, in some cases have taken up to 7 years for road projects. The debt ceiling negotiation does put a limitation on environmental assessments of 1 year, on environmental impact statements for 2 years. It limits the size of the reports, which I think is consistent with the gentleman's objectives here. Secondly, this legislation, the base text does include additional environmental streamlining provisions trying to expedite implementation of aviation improvements. While I certainly support the objectives of the gentleman from Florida, at this point, I look forward to working with you as this moves forward. As you know, this legislation is moving forward with a Big Four agreement, and as a result of that, I must, while I support the objectives of the gentleman from Florida, I must oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Any further speakers? Seeing none, the questions on the amendment, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it. I mean, the nays have it. Excuse me. The nays have it, and the amendment is rejected. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Menendez of New Jersey, number 009.
Without objection, the amendment can be considered as read. Gentleman from New Jersey recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment at the desk would include the Airline Employee Assault Prevention Act into the text of this bill. My amendment corrects a jurisdictional issue in the 2018 FAA reauthorization that address incidents of verbal harassment and physical assault when they occur on planes but not at airports. It would require airlines to submit their employee assault prevention and response plans to the TSA in addition to the FAA. Currently, the employee assault and prevention plans protect pilots, flight attendants, and flight crew personnel, but does not protect airport workers like gate agents and customer service representatives. Just to be clear, these plans have already been developed and the work has already been done, but they are currently only provided to the FAA and not the TSA. Therefore, the current structure does not include all the workers who would have otherwise been included. This is important to address because according to a GAO study conducted last year, 61% of airline customer service agents have reported at least one passenger assault within the past year, while 96% reported harassment. This should not be an occupational hazard for any worker, especially the men and women who make sure that millions of passengers safely reach their destinations every single day. This effort is bipartisan and has the support of TWU, Teamsters, and AFL-CIO TTD, all of whom represent airport workers. Let's work together to address this serious issue, ensure a safe traveling environment for passengers and employees. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized? Seeing none, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. It's our understanding that almost all air carriers already have these plans in place. I believe the gentleman knows that portions of this amendment are outside the jurisdiction of this committee as well, and it does put a requirement on TSA. Given that, I just want to ask the gentleman if he'd be willing to work with us and work with the Committee of Jurisdiction. We'd be happy to see if we can find a path forward here. I am going to have to oppose the amendment because of jurisdictional grounds, but if the gentleman's willing to work with us, I'm happy to see if we can work with Homeland Security Committee and find a resolution for the floor.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, and with your commitment to work together on this critically important issue, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, amendments withdrawn. I want to thank my friend from New Jersey. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leadership on this bill. This amendment.
Does the gentleman have an amendment?
Yes, I have an amendment. It has been distributed.
Clerk will designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Burleson of Missouri, number 027, revision 1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. This amendment creates a study that looks into the benefits of flight simulators in training pilots. Specifically, it requires the FAA to investigate the benefits of flight simulators for training of pilots, how the technology has advanced in recent years, the effectiveness of flight simulators in training pilots, including how the military trains their pilots with simulators, the benefits of simulators in comparison to other methods of how pilots gain their flight hours, and then the cost of acquiring flight simulators and any potential cost savings of using flight simulators. I'm pleased to see that in this underlying bill that we are increasing the number of hours that can be utilized for simulators. But I also think that it's important that we understand the full impact, whether that has a positive impact on outcomes or a negative impact. Assuming that there's a positive impact, it would give us as lawmakers more information to be able to base our decisions on facts as opposed to rhetoric. And with that, I yield back.
Any other members wish to be recognized? Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose. Is this the Burleson? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the Burleson Amendment number 27, which would direct the FAA to conduct a study on the benefits of simulators to train pilots. Section 543 and 544 of this legislation already requires a study on and updates to the FAA's National Simulator Program. Specifically, GAO is directed to study and account for advancements in simulator technologies. The simulator provisions of the base text were the result of careful bipartisan compromise and consultation with affected stakeholders. Therefore, the ranking member opposes this amendment.
Any other members wish to be recognized? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank the gentleman from Missouri for offering this amendment. Mr. Burleson, I think you and I have had conversations about the benefits of simulator technology and ensuring that we focus on aviation safety and the potential to use simulators to improve aviation safety, to simulate scenarios that otherwise you wouldn't want to happen in an airplane. And I appreciate you continuing to highlight this issue. Also, I want to thank you for your efforts to improve the use of simulators as the base text of this legislation does. I think you know that this legislation was brought up under a Big Four agreement. And it's a bipartisan process in accordance with that agreement. I must, in this case, oppose the amendment while I do support the objectives of what you're trying to do. And with that, I'll yield back. I will yield to Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments. And out of respect for you and for the other Chairman Graves and for this process, I would like to withdraw the amendment.
I appreciate that, and happy to continue to work with the gentleman from Missouri and others on ensuring that we focus on aviation safety and maximize the use of new technology. Thank you. Ms. Hoyle is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Ms. Hoyle of Oregon, number 011.
The objection and amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Currently, more than 100,000 FedEx transportation employees are classified under the Railway Labor Act, which presents significant roadblocks in organizing. Under the RLA, workers have to simultaneously organize across the country instead of being able to organize at individual locations as is allowed under the NLRA. The RLA is meant to cover rail and aviation workers, not ground express transportation employees. This labor law classification creates an unlevel playing field. American workers should have the choice to be able to form and join a labor union in individual locations to negotiate for wages, hours, and working conditions, and progress beyond merely surviving as at-will employees. These FedEx employees deserve to be classified under the same labor law as employees of similar companies that perform the exact same jobs. That creates a level playing field. While I will not offer this amendment for a vote today, I do want to point out that by ending the exploitation of U.S. labor law, this has historically been a bipartisan issue. In 2007, this committee voted overwhelmingly in a bipartisan 51-18 vote to rectify this unjust situation. I offer this very same amendment today. Organized labor has been fundamental to how we built our middle class in this country, because being pro-worker means allowing workers the right to organize, or not, if that's their choice. I look forward to working with anyone who's interested in making this important change to close the FedEx organizing loophole once and for all, and I request unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment at this time.
Without objection, amendments withdrawn. Thank you, Gentlelady from Oregon. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Collins of Georgia, number 009.
Without objection, amendments considered as read. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The United States is in a tight race to lead a new field of aerospace called hypersonic, which are aircraft that operate at Mach 5 or greater and at high altitudes. Unfortunately, the United States has fallen behind China and Russia in hypersonic technology. Russia has already started using hypersonic weapons, and so we have 2 American manufacturers that are working to build commercial hypersonic airplanes. One of these companies is in Texas, and the other is in my home state of Georgia. They are competing against our adversaries like China, but also against our friends in Europe and New Zealand. Part of the challenge that they face is that the FAA has yet to implement a policy foundation for the incorporation of hypersonic aircraft into the national airspace system. Now, I thank the chairman and ranking member for including some language that is related to this issue in the base text of the bill, and my amendment seeks to improve on that foundation and get us to where we need to go. The major point here is that the FAA needs to do its homework to be ready to certify and regulate these aircraft in the next few years. If this seems far off, consider that FAA's European counterpart has already done some homework on high-altitude aircraft and is already funding research to study a Mach 8 airliner. In New Zealand, they have already started certifying comparable aircraft, and they started flying in April of 2023. Now, my amendment, which I have offered with Representative Brian Babin and Ms. Emily Sykes, would require the FAA to study and implement a policy foundation for hypersonic aircraft. And two, figure out at which altitude sonic booms are inaudible on the ground. This is key since aircraft noise is a top concern for many members and an issue we must work through as we incorporate this new technology into the national airspace. And knowing that altitude will help companies in my state and in Texas develop and refine their designs. To be clear, to vote no against this amendment is a vote for China. With that, I ask my committee's support so we can encourage innovation and to make America the world leader in hypersonic aviation, and I yield back.
Any members wish to be recognized in the amendment?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels.
Yes, sir. I support Mr. Collins' amendment. Any amendment that takes the fight back to China, I'm all in. I appreciate your amendment, Mr. Collins, and you have my support. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Kansas, Ms. Davids.
Thank you, Chairman. The ranking member opposes the Collins Amendment 009, which strikes the section of the bill that studies the impact of hypersonic noise profiles and safe flight testing requirements, and replaces it with a mandate for the administrator to immediately integrate this new, yet-to-be-proven technology into the national airspace system in as little as 2 years. While the ranking member commends Congressman Collins' commitment to U.S. innovation and exciting new technologies, the topic is already addressed in the underlying bill, and the amendment rushes the process of new entrants' integration into a very sensitive issue. This bipartisan reauthorization bill makes carefully selected advances in the realm of hypersonics, the realm in which aircraft travel above Mach 5. Specifically, the bill tasks the FAA with ensuring that there's a process through which operators and manufacturers can engage in flight testing safely and in coordination with all other appropriate federal agencies. It also tells the administrator to study the various altitudes and flight profiles to determine the noise impact on the ground. Most critically, however, the legislation does these things before determining whether it's possible to integrate this new technology into the national airspace system without disrupting people on the ground. Conversely, this amendment requires an expedited and rushed timeline, assumes the answer before we have one, and forces hypersonic integration before we even know the impact. For these reasons, the ranking member opposes the amendment.
Gentlelady yields back. I want to apologize to my friend from Texas. I heard the Texas accent over there, and I turned and looked, and I saw Mr. Nell's hand up. I should have recognized the Texas/Bronx accent versus the Texas. So I'm going to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Recognize him for
Chairman.
5 minutes.
Actually, Mr. Nels has got a Wisconsin accent. Anyway, I appreciate him as well and what he said, and I want to thank you for recognizing me, and I want to speak briefly in support of this amendment and thank my colleague, Mr. Collins, for introducing it. This amendment would definitely help the United States lead in the field of hypersonics, which we are currently not leading in, much to our detriment, their national security risk. Our adversary, China, is growing this technology by leaps and bounds. But we have to lead this, and having the FAA build out a policy foundation for efficient certification of such aircraft. It is imperative for us to ensure leadership in this technology, and I applaud the hard work of our American companies that are working day and night in this field trying to catch up. If a recorded vote is requested, I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this common sense amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, and certainly his expertise in this issue is critical. Mr. Van Drew, gentleman from New Jersey, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I think this one's a no-brainer. We've got to start leading instead of following. We need to strategically make sure that we are appropriating the right amounts of money and also making sure that we move forward in this area, which Russia and China are both moving forward rapidly. So it's a pro-American, pro-everything that's right, I think, amendment, and I certainly support my colleague, Mr. Babin, in this I am for it, and I would be a yes vote.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members wish to be recognized? Any amendments to the amendment? Recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank gentleman from Georgia. First of all, I want to thank him for his help last week in the introduction to this legislation. I want to thank him for raising this important issue. As indicated, this amendment would require that a study be conducted to look at how to regulate hypersonic aircraft moving forward. It would involve NASA as well as the FAA. It would try and identify the right altitudes under which booms, sonic booms, would not be heard on the ground. Certainly in this area right here, I think I saw 50 headlines about the sonic boom in recent weeks in Washington, D.C., with everybody freaking out. So, the gentleman is correct in that we need to figure out how to ensure the United States facilitates new technology and is able to offer this convenience to passengers. Number two, we need to make sure we do it in a way that doesn't have the adverse effect on the ground with the sonic booms. Unfortunately, in this case, I do have to make reference to the Big Four agreement. There is text in the base of this legislation that begins laying the groundwork for achieving the gentleman's objectives, but because there's not Big Four agreement on this amendment, I regret to inform the gentleman that I am going to have to oppose it, and be happy to work with him as we move forward toward the floor to see if we can find a way to get to common ground here. So with that, I urge rejection of the amendment, yield back. Any other members wish to be recognized? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Mr. Chair, can we get a recorded vote on that?
The recorded vote's been requested according to Rule 6F. Vote will be postponed. Mr. Keene's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Kane of New Jersey, number 010.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to authority from Congress, the Department of Transportation requires airlines to report delayed or canceled flights. The rules also require a cause to be listed for their cancellation or delay. And every cancellation or delay must fall into a category of causes, one of which is carrier caused. In practice, many causes of cancellations and delays outside an air carrier's control end up in this category. In effect, this has now become a catch-all category. This is a problem because without good data reflecting the causes of cancellation and delays, it is impossible to identify the root causes. If you can't identify the real problem, you can't craft good policy solutions. This amendment would require the Secretary to refine the reporting directives to provide more detailed information about the causes of a cancellation or delay, rather than simply dumping them into a catch-all category. It builds upon the committee's acknowledgement of this obvious problem in Section 716 of the bill, and is simply an additional effort to address that. In any event listed in this amendment, such as weather damage, unscheduled safety inspections, volcanic ash, or public health issues, would no longer be categorized as carrier caused. Mischaracterization of causes endemic to the current system is fixable, and we should take this opportunity to fix it. If adopted, this amendment will result in greater transparency to the traveling public regarding the cause of a canceled or delayed flight. Better data will allow the Secretary and the airlines to develop strategies to mitigate their two causes. I urge passage of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Any other members wish to be recognized? Mm-hmm. Gentlelady from Kansas.
Thank you, Chairman. Ranking member opposes Keene Amendment number 10, which would significantly undermine airline service quality performance reporting by removing a host of critical reporting elements. After the disastrous air travel events of last year's holiday season, it's hard to imagine what possible justification there can be to reduce the granularity of available data on the cause of flight delays. Accurate and comprehensive data is critical to helping this committee make policy. It helps us take informed steps to improve the passenger experience, identify root causes for trends and delays, hold airlines accountable for what's in their control, and target fixes elsewhere for things that are not. Therefore, the ranking member opposes this amendment and urges all of our colleagues on the committee to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members wish to be recognized? Any amendments to the amendment? Recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank the gentleman from New Jersey for offering his amendment. I think that more clarity that we have in regard to the cause of cancellations and delays is important in this case. There is a Big Four agreement, in this case, going to have to oppose the amendment. I think he's proposed a good idea. I'm happy to work with you as we move toward the House floor. But with the Big Four agreement, going to have to urge rejection of the amendment. Any other members wish to be heard?
I will withdraw the amendment with the hope that we can work to find common ground in this regard, because the most important thing we have is transparency and consistency for every single member of the traveling public.
I appreciate that. I thank the gentleman from New Jersey, and again, I think the more transparency, the better. I think his amendment is well intended. Happy to work with you as we move toward the House floor, and I know that my friend from Kansas would as well. Without objection, amendment's withdrawn. Gentleman from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 15.
Clerk will designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Yakum of Indiana, number 015.
Without objection, amendment is considered as read. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I plan to withdraw, so I'll make this quick. My amendment would establish a pilot program to unlock capital investment for airports and local communities through an innovative financing tool. Under the pilot, a state or local government that owns an airport would be allowed to enter into a long-term concession or lease with a private party who would then take on the operation and maintenance of the facility. If the local government agrees to reinvest the concession or lease funds into one or more of a wide range of qualifying infrastructure projects, the local government can apply for a matching grant from the FAA, so long as those funds are used to invest in qualifying infrastructure projects. It's sort of a force multiplier for infrastructure investment. My home state of Indiana has been a leader in this type of approach, as we've had billions of dollars flow into the state due to public-private partnerships. I think it's worth exploring this pilot program to give state and local governments another tool in the toolbox to fill the infrastructure funding gap. And Mr. Chairman, if you're open to it, I'd like to work with you and the ranking member to find a path forward to get something along these lines included in the bill before us.
Absolutely. I appreciate the gentleman's continued thoughtfulness on financing and moving forward on infrastructure projects. I appreciate the gentleman's willingness to work with the committee and continue to be thoughtful on ideas regarding financing and infrastructure. I appreciate the gentleman's willingness to offer up ideas and happy to work with you as we move toward the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I'll withdraw my amendment and I yield back.
Without objection, amendment's withdrawn. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and good afternoon to you, and good afternoon, T&I Committee. Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Bean of Florida, number 011.
Without objection, amendment is considered as read. Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Graves, I listened to your opening remarks. You rocked them. You talked about this legislation being for the next 30 years. We don't want to legislate aviation for the 1970s. We want it for the 2050. And so let me tell you what the future holds. It's larger payloads. That's what the future needs, and that's what's out there, larger payloads, particularly when it comes to America's energy. Right now, Mr. Chairman, energy with wind turbines particularly, they're large. They're very large, these huge wind turbines that America is going to depend on for energy in the future. There's no way to deliver these large wind turbines by air right now. But Mr. Chairman, there is a concept plane out there that could deliver these wind turbines. They're 1.5 times the size of a 747, but 12 times the cargo capacity. They're as long as a football field. How about that? But they can deliver, not only deliver these wind turbines, but they will solve the logistical challenges by unlocking the ability to deliver these components by air anywhere they're needed and enhancing America's energy requirements for the future. In addition, aircraft of this size would provide our country with a new strategic capability that we don't have to deploy large amounts of heavy military equipment rapidly anywhere in the world. But Mr. Chairman, we need your help, and this committee would need your help to give this whole concept plane lift, to let it take off. We need to just reform the way that we measure safety of cargo aircraft by making it a little bit safer in that realm. Not passenger planes, nothing to do with passenger planes, but just cargo planes. So what we can do is, if we were to revise the safety standards, then that could be what allows this program to take off. And once again, put America, this country, us, on top of the aviation largest cargo capacity plane out there. Mr. Mass, Mr. Niels, Mr. Mann have all been very supportive. I'm appreciative of their efforts, and that is why we're here today. So, Mr. Chairman, let's take your words and let's give takeoff approval to this concept plane by putting America first. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Any other members wish to be recognized? The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate Mr. Bean's thoughtfulness, and it isn't so much in this particular piece of legislation, but as many know, where I live would be profoundly and negatively affected by wind turbines. It would destroy the tourism industry, destroy the fishing industry. It's already hurt the sea life that we have, and we've had a record number of whales beached, et cetera. It is going to mean that energy in the United States is going to be controlled by foreign countries. So we're spending money to subsidize foreign countries to give us energy, which at the end of the day, I don't think is going to be that effective. I'd much rather see clean nuclear. So for that reason, I just have issues. And Congressman Bean, I respect you tremendously, and I like you as well. But this is a real, I mean, we have 500,000 people who have signed petitions against this. What it's going to do to our area is profoundly negative. So I wanted you to know that, and I wanted the committee to know it, regardless of what happens. It's a serious issue. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Kansas.
Thank you, Chairman. Although the ranking member will oppose this amendment because of, out of respect for the Big Four agreement, the ranking member does support the underlying concept of the Bean Amendment number 11, which directs the Secretary to allow enhanced testing of cargo airplanes during the type certification process by using representative or actual cargo during function and reliability testing. Current practice and regulatory structure prohibits an applicant from testing a transport category airplane with true cargo operations and loading conditions. It makes good safety sense to allow applicants to operate the aircraft with representative cargo as part of the certification process, specifically to expose the aircraft design to a more complete testing environment. Therefore, the ranking member does support the underlying concept, but will be opposing Bean Amendment number 11. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm supporting Mr. Bean's amendment because it can increase safety for certifying new super large cargo aircraft that are designed to help improve wind energy. The Bean amendment applies not only to new super large cargo aircraft undergoing type certification after airworthiness tests conclude, and it allows the Secretary, when requested, to enhance safety during the function and reliability phase of type certification by commercially carrying specialized real cargo. And I'm most interested in this amendment because of aircraft being designed to carry large wind turbine blades that otherwise cannot be deployed on land. The Bean Amendment will allow unique real cargo to be hauled when the function and reliability tests are done in the real situations. It allows unique
wind blade cargo to be hauled commercially for the approximately 300 hours of such testing. Under the current language, the Secretary can establish airplane-appropriate operating limitations during testing for the limited function and reliability testing operations, which in my opinion, helps to ensure specific safety operating parameters are part of the testing program required by the Secretary for that new aircraft. And it increases aircraft and public safety during and after type certification. I support the amendment. I'll be voting yes. I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman from Texas. Any other members wish to be recognized? Any amendments to the amendment? Gentleman from California, Ms. LaMalfa.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to comment on this as well. It only seems sensible to at least be allowed to be testing and looking at more options for more efficient ways to move cargo. And the wave of the future looks like being able to upsize. So with that, I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Bean, if you'd like.
Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you very much to the gentleman in California. I want to, and thank you for letting me respond. I want to mention to Dr. Van Drew, to the gentleman from New Jersey, this is for American independence energy, because this is American-made wind turbines that will be placed on land, not at sea. So I'm with you, Dr. Van Drew. We don't want to kill any more sea life. We want American-made energy on American land, and that is exactly what this concept plane, should we give it the go-ahead, and I'm hoping we do, should we give it the go-ahead, then we will be able to launch a new American century of energy independence.
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman will yield.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for that. That is an entirely different situation. I'm just very sensitive to the other issue because it's been profoundly impactful along the coast and particularly where I live, and I thank you for clarifying that.
10-4. Mr. Chairman, may you yield for a question of the member?
Go ahead.
Chairman, if it's your intention to ask the proposer of the amendment to withdraw, would you give advice to the proponent of the amendment that if he should withdraw it, would that increase his chances of working with the committee to get said language perhaps considered at a future date?
It's like he's been talking to a palm reader. It's amazing the insight that the gentleman from Florida has gained by sitting in this committee markup today. I would estimate that your chances would improve approximately exponentially if the gentleman withdrew and agreed to try and work together and see if we could find a way to include this in the floor package.
Mr. Chairman, without objection, and I do want to, I've spent time on this concept plane, and I'm glad to flag it, and I'm glad for the time that you and the committee have given me to kind of spotlight to all the members that have said, yes, we need to explore this. I am grateful, and this is just the beginning of concepts like this. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, gentleman from Florida. I'm happy to speak on behalf of the ranking member and the chairman and let you know that be happy to work with you between now and the floor. I appreciate the gentleman's willingness to withdraw. Gentleman from Texas.
Of an amendment I'd like to present to the committee. I know we're trying to move quick, so I'll just go. Members, what this amendment does, I'm just going to read it to you. It's pretty self-explanatory, but I will explain it. The Secretary
Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, I do, but...
Okay, I need that one. An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Gooden, number 034, revised.
It's 033 revised.
033 revised?
Got it.
You have it.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Gooden of Texas, number 033 revised.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. Mr. Bean, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Gooden.
Thank you.
First of all, I do want to say we will have a vote coming up here pretty quick, and I'm going to encourage members, once we go vote, it isn't going to be a long vote series, but we need to get back here just as quickly as possible. So, Mr. Gooden, 5 minutes.
Thank you. For those paying attention, this amendment is actually shorter than the one that was pre-filed. There were 2 sections removed. There were some issues, I believe, we had that made it overly broad. And this amendment has become more specific. I'm going to read it. The Secretary of Transportation shall take such actions as are necessary to ensure that no air carrier or foreign air carrier engaging in foreign air commerce, taking off from or flying into an airport in the United States may operate an aircraft in the airspace over the territory of the Russian Federation. Currently, and I'll be quick and I'm happy to discuss this, but United States airlines are not able to fly over the Russian Federation for obvious reasons. It's a safety issue. But the foreign carriers that are coming in and out of our nation are able to fly over this airspace. That provides them with a competitive benefit, one, and it also puts Americans that are on these aircraft at risk. Just last week or the week prior, I believe, an Air India flight from India to San Francisco was diverted due to some maintenance issue. They landed in Russia. Passengers were from all over the globe that were on that plane, but there were Americans there. Fortunately, they got back on the plane and made it to the U.S. safely, but we know the Russians enjoy having prisoners to use in this campaign that they've waged across the Ukraine. It's not a safe environment, and our American airlines, U.S. carriers, are struggling. They are unable, in many cases, to even complete flights to Asia because of the distance they're having to go around Russia, and it is an unfair environment when our foreign carriers are actually able to take shorter routes and do the job in a much quicker way than our U.S. carriers can. This seems pretty common sense. It's bipartisan in the sense that I believe Senator Menendez on the other side, from the State Department perspective, was saying that this is something that we should have already been doing. I'm calling on my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to join me in standing up for the safety of American passengers and also for the prosperity of our United States airlines. And I yield back.
Other members wish to be recognized. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the intent and the language, but I'm going to oppose this amendment. This is a challenge that we have right now. We've made this decision because of the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and we all certainly recognize that. But I think as well, leaving the Secretary of Transportation with maximum flexibility in these kinds of circumstances, we're best off doing that. So I would ask folks to oppose this, and maybe we can wade into this before the end of the floor with a Committee on Foreign Affairs and other committees that would have some interest in the outcome of the intent of the amendment. That'll yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? I do oppose the amendment moving forward with this. With that, if there are no other speakers, then the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying no. Appears the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, could I request a record vote, please?
The requested vote has been called pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 061.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment clarifies a specific issue that affects some states and certainly California. Presently, the way in which the law for FAA, National Competitive Voluntary airport low-emission programs, the VALE program, does not apply if the program is mandatory for any number of reasons. It's only if there's a voluntary decision by the airport to do some sort of air quality reduction program. For California and other states where there may be an air quality improvement mandate, those states would not be able to access this program. So this amendment simply says that access to the program is available on a voluntary basis to do a decision to be made by the FAA as to whether to go forward with that grant or not, regardless of whether it is a voluntary action by the airport to somehow reduce its emissions or if it's required by the Clean Air Act to do it. That's it, and very simple, but straightforward. I'd ask for an aye vote, and I yield back.
Any other members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Seeing none, unfortunately, I have to oppose the amendment with the big four. Yep, that's two. And with that, are there any other speakers on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. Appears that the nays have it. The nays do have it. A recorded vote has been requested. As previously announced, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Who's next? Mr. Rouser. Mr. Perry, we'll go to Mr. Perry. Clerk, please designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania at number 202.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would prohibit the Secretary and recipients of federal funds under the Act from mandating project labor agreements or using project labor agreement preferences during the procurement of federal and federally assisted contracts for construction services. Government-mandated project labor agreements, known as PLAs, prevent true bidding competition for projects through owners' hiring rules that favor unions and discourage merit shop contractors, who, by the way, employ 88% of construction workforce from participating. This disproportionately prevents women and minority-owned businesses from participating in these contracts. It also renders the local hire provisions in the PLA, unless as non-union local workers, are precluded from working on the project in question. This reduced competition, combined with the inefficient union work rules required under the PLA, results in significantly higher costs to the taxpayers. A PLA mandate drives up the cost of federal projects by nearly 20%, and I think it's well documented. The increased costs lead to less construction and therefore less infrastructure improvements for the American people and the taxpayers. The claim that PLAs are necessary to achieve cost savings is inherently false. The track record of government-mandated PLAs highlights the significant cost overruns due to the concerns I've already raised. Prohibiting mandatory project labor agreements will ensure the taxpayer funds spent in this bill will provide a bigger return on investment to the American people. This is the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. We should be for the most infrastructure we can get, in the most efficient fashion. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield the balance.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose Perry Amendment 202, which is an attempt to undermine the role that labor unions and collective bargaining play in construction contract awards. This amendment prohibits project labor agreements from being used in federally funded aviation construction projects. PLAs allow contractors and laborers to reach agreement on the terms and conditions of employment for a construction project before the project begins. These agreements are beneficial to both sides. Workers have a voice in negotiating the terms of their employment, while contractors avoid costly delays due to labor conflicts or worker shortages. The underlying bill is a bipartisan bill, Mr. Chair, and we should not be entertaining a bill that could an amendment that could undermine the cooperation that we have to date. And I oppose this amendment and ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Garamendi.
This legislation is not in the interest of efficiency or cost reduction. In fact, project labor agreements, where they exist, actually create more efficient operation of major projects, and in many cases, result in cost savings or at least no additional cost beyond it. It simply sets out at the outset of a major construction project how that project will achieve its goals, the role of the various subcontractors, as well as the various employees in that, whether they are union or non-union. Therefore, this amendment actually goes against efficiency and effectiveness. Ask for a no vote.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Ms. Lee-Malfa.
I'll yield Mr. Perry some time.
I thank the gentleman from California and my good friends on the other side of the aisle that say this always saves money, yet they provide no documentation to show it saves money because there really isn't any empirical evidence, right? Because agency shop rules are required, and there's no one in the merit shops that can bid on any of this work. So there's really no way to compare. But what we do know in the cases where something was bid under closed rules and then rebid under open rules, we can see very definitely that there's a cost savings. I would just encourage all members, look, you can say whatever you want to, and you can vote no, and I appreciate that. I certainly recognize the right of every individual here to represent their district, their viewpoints. But look, you can have, I guess, your own set of opinions, but your own set of facts, like facts are agnostic, right? They are just facts, and the numbers don't lie. Project labor agreements cost more money. That's just the reality of it. And the cost of that is borne by every tax-paying resident that is going to be forced to pay more for the work. That's the truth, and you can say whatever you want to, you can have your own opinion, but those are literally the facts. So God bless you, vote no, I get it, but it's not because it's going to save money or make anything more efficient, because that's simply not the fact. I yield the balance.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, I do appreciate Mr. Perry's amendment. I think it could be a good idea, and would love to work with you as this process moves forward. However, due to the Big Four agreement, I have to oppose it today. And with that, if there are no other speakers, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Appears the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on this, I request a recorded vote.
A requested vote has been called, as previously announced, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. For the proceedings on the question are postponed. We're going to Ms. Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to request unanimous consent to offer my two amendments, 049 and 048, on block.
Without objection. Clerk, please designate the two
An amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Ms. Brownlee of California, numbers 049 and 048.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered as read. Ms. Brownlee, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the past few months, we've heard from many, many stakeholders in the aviation community about the need to do more to make sustainable aviation fuel available for both commercial and general aviation users. We've made good progress with the creation of new tax credits for SAF production and some resources for airport infrastructure. But we need to do more, and this reauthorization is a perfect opportunity for action in this area. However, the bill before us does not even mention sustainable aviation fuel. To improve the bill and address this important issue, my amendment would authorize $200 million annually from 2024 to 2028 for a grant program to support projects located in the United States to produce, transport, blend, or store sustainable aviation fuel. My amendment would also clarify that sustainable aviation fuel projects are eligible for funds under Section 410, which deals with fuel infrastructure. We know from our hearings this year that many stakeholders are eager to use more SAF, and production is key, but ensuring airports have necessary infrastructure for SAF is also a key part of the equation. SAF has the potential to lower fuel costs, helping to keep ticket prices lower for consumers, and it will help us lower carbon emissions from aviation sources. So expanding SAF availability at airports is a win-win-win for industry, consumers, and the environment. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I hope we can all work together with our partners in the Senate to ensure that the final FAA Authorization Act that goes to the President's desk includes robust support for sustainable aviation fuel. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Do any other members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question of the author of the amendment, if you don't mind. What type of fuel blend are we talking about? Is this jet fuel, like a kerosene based, or are we talking for small private aircraft, which uses different forms of gasoline? Or what is sustainable fuel made from?
Well, it's made from waste crops and such. So, but it's fuel that can be used both in commercially and on any aircraft.
So it's aimed, is it more for jet fuel or for private?
Yes,
private
well,
pilots?
it's aimed more for jet fuel. I mean, most of the production and distribution is around commercial airports.
Okay, is this certified then for airliner fuel then? Or?
Yes, and we have already passed a tax credit for SAF, and there's really no production going on in the state of California and other places in the United States. And in some sense, we have created a whole new industry in our country through sustainable aviation fuel. There's great demand from the airlines to use sustainable aviation fuel.
Okay, all right, thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, I appreciate what Ms. Brownlee is trying to do, but I just simply cannot support this. We saw appropriated $250 million in funding for sustainable aviation fuel in the last Congress. And that and the tax credit are both still in effect, so I can't support sending another $1 billion out the door over the next 5 years to do this, at least at this point. So with that, I would urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. Again, any other speakers? With that, the question is on the amendment by Ms. Brownlee. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. It appears the noes have it. The noes do have it. Thank you, Ms. Brownlee. Okay, who's next? Mr. Rouser.
I have an amendment at the desk.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Rouser, North Carolina, number 034.
Ask unanimous consent that the bill, or the amendment, I guess, be considered as read. And with that, Mr. Rouser, you got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is critical to ensure taxpayer funds are not spent on the purchase of drones made in countries the United States has determined are a national security risk. I'll get straight to the point. Drone companies based in China are required under Chinese law to comply with requests for information from the Chinese government. That means images and videos captured by drones funded by DOT and FAA of critical infrastructure, such as our airports, bridges, pipelines, electric grid, etc. That information can be requested by China. Now, this obviously creates a significant U.S. national security risk. And not only that, I might note that Russia is now using these drones made in China to perpetrate human rights atrocities against the people of Ukraine as their alignment grows that much closer. Now, Congress has prohibited the Department of Defense and the Coast Guard from spending taxpayer funds on such drones, but no such prohibition exists for DOT and FAA funding. This amendment would address that gap by enacting a prohibition exactly like we have with DOD and the Coast Guard. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. I will also mention, because I think this is important, both the Trump administration and the Biden administrations have taken consistent action to identify that Chinese drones are, in fact, a national security risk. This would help complete the equation, so to speak, and I urge adoption of the amendment. I yield.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Per the Big Four agreement, I'm going to oppose this amendment and ask my colleagues to oppose it. We're trying to have good debate on all these issues. This is an issue that deserves more debate as well, but ask my colleagues to oppose it per the Big Four agreement. Thank you. Yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, I think it's a good idea. I'd love to be able to work with you as we move forward in the
Well, Mr. Chairman, if you'll yield.
I yield.
Mr. Chairman, I would very much appreciate the opportunity to work with you and the ranking member to find the appropriate time and place to address this issue. And with that understanding, I will withdraw the amendment.
You have it. Thank you, Mr. Rouser. Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey, number 039.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. This program is an opportunity to improve air travel, connections between airports and rural communities who are underserved particularly. This program applies to ground transportation vehicles that are moving passengers to and from an aircraft service between airports. This is often an extension service offered by the airline itself to ease operational burdens. While it is ground transportation, it is intertwined with air service. Passengers on qualified shuttles must be thoroughly secured and in their sterile area. These shuttles then take the passengers to the sterile area of their designated airport, meaning that they do not have to go through security all over again. It allows far more efficient regional airport connections and occurs entirely within the airport ecosystem. These shuttles use the same security and surface infrastructure that airports use for their aviation operations. Qualifying these services for formula-based in-payment funding is necessary for this model to fit into the operations of a modern airport system. This program is a reasonable approach to implementing this new system. The language will benefit the two airports my community and many communities depend on in the area. It stands to benefit, and this is important, rural communities across the United States of America. The intention of this section was for both airport improvement programs and passenger facility charges to apply. Right now, It is only AIP, and so an adjustment is necessary. Mr. Chairman, I would say that I would be willing to work with you, the airlines, the associations, the airports themselves, the ranking member, and ultimately the Rules Committee, and I could withdraw the bill now to make sure that we get it done at a later point, because I think it is an important bill. I yield.
Yep, we'll be happy to work with you, and I appreciate that very much, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you.
Without objection, we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Garcia of Illinois, number 040, revised 2.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. Mr. Garcia, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to include report language to assess performance of DOT's Passenger Facility Charge Program and make recommendations for improvement. The PFC is the funding mechanism airports use to pay for improvements of all sorts, like new runways and better terminals. The last time the federal cap on local PFC was updated was in 2000. This makes it harder for airports to plan for the future and plan for growth. It diminishes airline competition. The PFC is a valuable airport financing tool, but this amendment will give us an opportunity to modernize and meet airport infrastructure needs. Our airports deserve to be able to maximize fairness and efficiency. Of course, I would urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, given that we have a profound conversation about the future of PFCs. I would yield back. I would just ask that the chair would continue to work with me on this issue and, of course, take our input into consideration as we address this issue. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
we'll do what we can.
Thank you very much. In that instance, I will withdraw my amendment by unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I do appreciate that. With that, we have a vote that's been called. I would encourage members to get right back here right after we finish with the vote series. If you got an amendment coming up and we move beyond it, then I don't know when we'll get back to it. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. So we are in recess until after the vote finishes.
See you in a little while, my friend. You want to put windows right up my ass? Destroy my whole country, my whole coast. You want to destroy my whole coast? Just leave them alone, man. I being supporting my island thing. I just had to throw that in. Well, then sometime I'm gonna. Sometime I'm gonna. I got you. I'm bored. I'm having fun. Never take me too serious. I don't take myself too seriously. Yeah, I card all that crap.
the screen when one's on.
Ready? So we'll call the committee back to order and move on to amendments. Mr. Babin, do you have an amendment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for recognizing me. I do have an amendment.
Please designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Babin of Texas, number 024.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And with that, Mr. Babin, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment requires the Secretary of Transportation to issue Advisory Circular AS-20CAS, which provides formal requirements and guidance to Class 5 UAS detect and avoid capabilities for our national airspace integration. Large-scale government-owned UAS, like MQ-9s, have proven very capable of meeting and exceeding compliance to airworthiness rules and an operational safety level equivalent to a pilot operating under visual or instrument flight rules. It is imperative that we utilize all available information to make accurate and efficient regulations as we continue to demonstrate the safe integration of MQ-9s and other large-scale government-owned or operated UAS into the national airspace. This is so important, not just for defense purposes, but also for border security, humanitarian response, natural disasters, and many, many others. Mr. Chairman, I know this committee is working on similar issues, but I hope that you can give me a commitment to work with me on this specific issue. I'm willing to withdraw the amendment if you are able to do so. Where's my chair?
Mr. Babin, on behalf of the chair, I will accept that and commit to work with you.
That's a deal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw this amendment and yield back.
Mr. Mast, do you have an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk, please read the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Mast of Florida, number 049.
Mr. Mast, you had 5 minutes on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to begin by just thanking the chairman and the ranking member for very much wanting to support my amendment. Couldn't appreciate that more, and talk a little bit about it right now to talk about what the issue is. Within the FAA, they operate in dozens of districts and in a handful of regions, and there's a lack of uniformity in many circumstances across those districts and regions, and it's created a host of problems that you can't plan how to get through the system the same way for each of those regions. So right now, if you're in LA, you might get one interpretation of whether a new road that you want to build connecting your airfield gets a categorical exclusion. And in Miami, you might get a totally different standard. But worse, if you think that there is a mistake in your permit application in LA, you can go and ask for an informal second opinion at the regional level. And in Miami and at the southern region, you cannot. There's no such process that exists. So totally different processes from one area to the other. So the goal here is to change that and create a more standardized format across that. To rectify the issue, I do propose the implementation of an administrative appeal process allowing for companies that believe a mistake was made to seek a second opinion. This practice is standard for many federal agencies, and I think it would be a welcome change for the FAA. And in that, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, I thank you again for wanting to support this, and I yield back.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, Representative Mast is right. I really, really want to support this, and yet I have to oppose this amendment, which directs the Secretary to allow an airport to appeal the FAA's decision on the level of an environmental review needed for an airport project. This amendment would have a chilling effect on the FAA's ability to meet its environmental review obligations under the National Environmental Policy Act. This legislation is already pushing the limits of expediting safety and environmental reviews for airports. We don't need to create another loophole to reduce environmental reviews. So despite my great respect for Representative Mast and my support for almost everything else he brings to this committee, I have to stand opposed. With that, I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? With that, I think you have a good idea, and I'd love to work with you moving forward in the process.
Ask unanimous consent to withdraw.
So absolutely without objection.
We agree on that.
Without objection, that's ordered. Thank you. Thank you very much, Brian. Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Stanton of Arizona, number 024.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. And with that, Mr. Stanton, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Passengers with certain types of disabilities may be able to use an inaccessible airport bathroom, but only with the assistance of an onboard wheelchair. For example, a passenger with a broken leg or amputation may be able to navigate an inaccessible lavatory, but is not ambulatory enough or experiences too much to walk there. Instead of dehydrating themselves before flying or holding it, these passengers could use the restroom during the flight with the help of an onboard wheelchair. An onboard wheelchair is smaller, foldable, and less stable than a standard wheelchair. Under the Air Carrier Access Act, airlines must equip an aircraft that has more than 60 passenger seats and an inaccessible lavatory with an onboard wheelchair. If a passenger asks the airline to provide an onboard wheelchair on a particular flight, even one with an inaccessible lavatory, the airline must provide it if the aircraft has more than 60 passengers. However, many passengers who use wheelchairs do not know that an onboard wheelchairs are required on certain aircraft and that they can request an onboard wheelchair even on small aircraft with inaccessible lavatories. My amendment would require airlines to provide information on their website about the rights and responsibilities of both airlines and passengers as to the availability of onboard wheelchairs and require annual staff training on assisting passengers with the use of onboard wheelchairs. I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back. And I thank co-sponsors, Representative Van Drew of New Jersey and Representative Titus of Nevada. Thank you for your co-sponsorship of the bill.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Van Drew.
I just quickly wanted to say that I support this and I support Mr. Stanton's amendment, and I'm very proud to co-sponsor it with him. We can do better to support people with disabilities in air travel. Many people with disabilities consider their wheelchair literally to be part of their body. We need to respect that. People should be given clear information on obtaining wheelchairs for air travel. Airplane staff should know how to work with individuals with disabilities. And if an airline mishandles somebody's wheelchair and they damage it, there should be consequences. This is a good bill. This is a good amendment. It's common sense. It's bipartisan, and I support it. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Mast.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would just say this about individuals with ambulatory issues. I have 2 prosthetic legs amputated above the knees, and it is a very big deal. Your options to use a restroom on a flight, if you don't have, there's not a wheelchair that can take you up and down that aisle, especially if you have a spinal cord injury. I do not have that, but where you don't have the same mobility capability issues that I even have, there's very few options. What do? Do you get on your butt on the aisle and move yourself with your hands because you have upper extremity mobility, but you don't have lower extremity mobility? That's literally what some people do around the house, but should that be the option that they're left to on an aircraft? And likewise, because somebody has prosthetics, that does not mean that they have the ambulatory capability to move on a flight that's wobbly and moving around and hitting turbulence, large varying degrees of stability from person to person. So I would just second or third or whatever point it is that I'm at here to say it is a very big deal for individuals with disabilities in this way to have that very basic access to, just on a flight, being able to get up, use a restroom or something like that. So I yield back.
Someone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, so Mr. Stanton, if you want to, I'm inclined to try to figure out how to get to a positive resolution on this. If you want to help us with the drafting and maybe some of the penalty stuff, we'll do that ahead of the manager's amendment on the floor. Are you?
Mr. Chairman, it's a very generous offer, and I appreciate you making an offer. I think it's the right approach. Obviously, I support the words of Congressman Mass and his personal experiences. I really appreciate your leadership on it as well. So between the three of us, I think we can probably come to a
Yeah, I
resolution.
think we can get somewhere.
So I'll withdraw the amendment for now and then work with you to get the appropriate language in time for floor vote.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Moving on. Who? Oh, Mr. Mann.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number
Designate.
24.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Mann of Kansas, number 024.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And Mr. Mann, you have 5 minutes.
I'm proud to introduce an amendment that would insert the Pre-Pilot Pathway Act into the workforce title of this legislation. The Pre-Pilot Pathway Act would direct the Secretary of the Department of Transportation to establish an apprenticeship program for students at flight schools. My friend Representative Byron Donalds of Florida has led the effort on the creation of this program, and I was proud to be an original co-sponsor of that standalone bill. At a time when our aviation industry workforce is experiencing unprecedented shortages, we should embrace each effort to alleviate this burden and streamline the industry pipeline. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I have to oppose this amendment, which create an apprenticeship program for individuals seeking to become commercial pilots. Certainly, I'm a longtime supporter of engaging students in aviation and STEM-related fields through apprenticeships. I appreciate the intent of Representative Mann's amendment. It is duplicative of several provisions in the underlying bill. The underlying bill significantly invests in the FAA's Aviation Workforce Development Program, which funds aviation apprenticeship programs, creates a National Center for the Advancement of Aerospace, an independent, federally chartered nonprofit entity to, among other things, administer grants to establish apprenticeships for aviation careers. And certainly I would be happy to work with Mr. Mann, Representative Mann, to try to address this issue further as we move forward. But the specifics of this apprenticeship program would need further review and vetting before I could agree and oppose this amendment for those reasons. Certainly not the intent, and ask others to oppose as well. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, obviously reducing barriers and encouraging more people to take the skies is a goal that I share. Again, as I told Mr. Stanton, I think we can get someplace with this if you want to work with us moving forward before the manager's amendment on the floor.
Yeah, willing to do that. Thank you.
All right, want to withdraw?
Yep, willing to withdraw and work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nels.
Yes, sir, I have an amendment at the desk.
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Nels of Texas, number 089.
Without objection, the reading will be, or it'll be considered as read. Mr. Nels, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. This amendment simply ensures the public phone lines for the UAS, which is Unmanned Aircraft Systems Integration Office, and the Office of Congressional Affairs of the FAA is manned by a non-teleworking individual and operational from the hours of 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday, excluding federal holidays. So there's a phone number. There's a phone number, folks. This is what you get.
You reached the Federal Aviation Administration Office of Government and Industry Affairs. Our office is currently working remotely.
Remote.
Have any questions or concerns, you can leave a voice message, or you can also contact us
There you go. Call 202-267-3277. I urge all of my colleagues to support my amendment. To think about this, we are still working remotely after COVID has been gone for months now. When are we going to get the federal government employees back to work? And I just think we need to hold the FAA administrator, the FAA accountable, and get their employees back to work. What are they doing? Still sitting at home, working remotely. You're all here, folks. You're all here, but yet they're sitting at home. I urge my friends to support my amendment. It just makes sense.
Mr. Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment. Just the fact that you have to leave a message doesn't mean they're working from home. Just the fact that they're working remotely doesn't mean they're not working as well. I would hope that the FAA, though, just take the admonition that Representative Nels is communicating today. But if we're going to start on this office, then there's a lot of offices that we should start it on as well. And I'm not sure the role of this committee is to go to every single office in the FAA and define their workplace rules one by one by one. And so I just think that there are bigger issues for us to be legislating in this bill. This is not one of them, but I understand the frustration of getting messages, and I hear from my constituents about how frustrating it is for them to get messages from my office when they call my office as well. But I'd ask folks to oppose this, and certainly maybe we can just get back to the FAA and not have to legislate this issue. With that, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? I think it's a great idea, and I agree with Mr. Larson as well that this goes way beyond just a few offices. This is the federal government right now is what we're dealing with, and I've told the story. I've told the story before. I'm going to tell it one more time. Last summer, when I lost my billfold, I lost my pilot's license, and I had to get it reprinted, reinstated. All it is a reprint. They just put a new card together and send it out. And so I got a temporary certificate, good for 3 months, and that, of course, expired, waiting on my new license. I got another temporary certificate, expired. I had to wait 7.5 months to get a response from the FAA to get a new pilot's license simply reprinted. That's all they had to do. And I didn't tell them who I was. I just walked through the process like anybody else would have to. 7.5 months is absolutely ridiculous. 3 temporary certificates is ridiculous. Unfortunately, due to the Big 3 agreement, I will have to oppose this. But if you will work with us moving forward, I would love to see a resolution to this. I'd love to see a resolution to the rest of the federal government, not just the FAA, because it is extraordinarily frustrating.
Mr. Chairman, listen, I'll withdraw my amendment, but the idea that people are still sitting at home and working remotely in the name of COVID, my goodness. What are we going to tell our constituents when we're out there and people need a passport? They call the passport office and they say, hey, sorry, buddy, you can't go on your vacation because we're working remotely because of COVID. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. Our federal government has to get back to work like the rest of the American people have. I withdraw my amendment.
Thank you. Next. Mr. Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Menendez of New Jersey, number 008.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And Mr. Menendez, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the honor of representing New Jersey's 8th Congressional District. It's a part of New Jersey that sits along the Hudson River, opposite Midtown, Manhattan, Lower Manhattan. It's in close proximity to the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, Governor's Island, national park sites. And the challenge, one of the many challenges folks in my district face, is they constantly live with the disruption of helicopter noise emanating from air tours. I take my kids to Liberty State Park, and once you know the number of helicopter tours that are circulating these sites, you can't stop seeing them, you can't stop hearing them, and they're a disruption to our lives. A provision of law allows the FAA and the National Park Service to enter into what they call these voluntary agreements with helicopter operators to protect national park resources and visitors. As it stands, the governing statute leaves local communities who experience the brunt of the impact of the agreements out of the equation, protecting national parks while not providing adequate protections for state parks or crowded residential neighborhoods like I have the honor of representing in my district. As a result, the agencies have created routes that protect air tour operator business interests and visitors to national parks at the expense of the well-being of residents of our district. And I would argue even the folks visiting the Statue of Liberty don't have the experience that they should because of the constant helicopter noise that surrounds them. So my amendment does this. It provides our constituent communities across the country with the opportunity to weigh in and engage with the FAA and National Park Service during the decision-making process, and it also requires the agencies to consider the impact on the under-route communities when developing these voluntary agreements. To me, it's a common-sense approach. The people that have to deal with the consequence of these agreements should have a seat at the table. That's what my amendment strives to do. It is a perfect bill, so I encourage you all to support it. I yield.
Any other members wish to be recognized on this amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? Thank you. I recognize myself 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. Our bill looks to preserve the constructs of air management plans and agreements without advisory impacting other operations. Development of such plans require community engagement, and I don't see a need to bog down voluntary agreements when there is an avenue by which these committees are engaged. It is determined that a steadfast plan would be more beneficial to the community. Due to this, I must oppose the amendment. Thank you, and I'll yield back. Are there any other speakers on this amendment?
Thank you, Chair. I would just, in our conversations in advocating for our community, we have had dialogue with both the FAA and the National Park Service, and they're not currently required required, I believe was the word used, to engage the community, and that's what this bill seeks to do. To me, it's straightforward, and those are the major stakeholders.
Mr. Melendez, you've always used your time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were yielding some of your time to me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, I'll yield time to Mr. Menendez.
My lord, my liege, thank you. So picking up where I left off, it's actually community engagement is not required, and that's the challenge of these things. Now, I understand that national parks across the country, the communities underneath them could vary across the country. This is one of the most densely populated areas of the country. You have New York City, Mr. Goldman's district sitting right across the river. You have areas of Brooklyn, Staten Island, communities all across the 8th District, Jersey City, Hoboken, Bayonne, up the coast, down the coast. And I'm telling you, this has a real impact on the quality of life for our residents. This isn't just something that we're just trying to create a legislative fix for. I can tell you when I am engaging with constituents, and I know my colleagues across the river in New York do as well, this is one of the largest, most frustrating things that they have to deal with. Now, this doesn't eliminate air tourism. This doesn't eradicate it. It just requires a very simple fix that they think about those communities when they're entering into these agreements. That's all it does. It, to me, is just one part of the puzzle that we have to put together to solve this air nuisance. And to me, it's something that should be part of any legislative process or any administrative process, is to think about the communities impacted by those decisions. So I think that's something that my friends across the aisle would agree with as well, that we need to think about the decisions that we make here, that the agencies make here, and the impact that it has on our constituents. So thank you to the Ranking Member Larson. I yield back.
Thank you, and I would just note to Mr. Representative Menendez, if he's, certainly this is an issue we'd like to, I hope we can work with the majority on, and I'd ask the majority to do that. To work as we move towards the floor, which will probably be into next month. And if you'd withdraw, we could, we could certainly do that. Yield to Mr. Menendez.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And it is difficult for me, but I do have trust in you and Chairman Graves and members of this committee to work together. And I know that this is something that impacts a lot of our districts. So I ask for unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment for the time being, in understanding that we'll work on this together and try to get to solutions that really benefit all of our constituents across this country.
I yield back.
Without objections, so ordered. Are there further amendments for which, the purpose for which Mr. Yakum seeks recognition? All right.
Clerk will designate Mr. Yakum 16.
I'm sorry. The clerk would designate the amendment, Yakum 3935, 016.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Yakum of Indiana, number 016.
Without objections, the amendment will be recognized as read. Mr. Yakum is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I talked about this a few months ago, but I've had a lifelong fascination with aviation. It began as a child when I was over at my Uncle Chuck's house and saw his model F-16 airplane. And then I went on to fly all kinds of remote control airplanes myself, everything from airplanes to seaplanes, helicopters, and drones. And as I sit here today, I'm a check ride away, FAA check ride away, as well as a written exam away from my own private pilot certificate. The amendment that I'm offering would address a few concerns that were brought to my attention by the model aviation community. And it is a community. It brings people together of all walks of life, all different passions surrounding aviation, but from hobbyists who buy an off-the-shelf plane to someone like my Uncle Chuck who had a pretty extensive F-16. It brings together people like veterans, engineers, and children. Model aircraft fly line of sight at fixed sites, generally speaking, owned and managed by local clubs, many of which predate the FAA. There are clubs in almost every district represented in this committee. The 2018 FAA reauthorization created some unintended limitations on model aircraft operations. The community found the process to be quite burdensome, but they made a good faith effort to work through it. With that being said, it's become clear that that is no longer sustainable. I want to thank the chairman, the ranking member, as well for their work to address the concerns of the model aviation community in the base text. My amendment would make 3 further changes to improve the ability of the model aviation enthusiasts to enjoy their hobby without compromising safety. First, my amendment would allow for flights in uncontrolled airspace over 400 feet up to the controlled airspace, so long as the operator is flying within the programming of a community-based organization and the aircraft is within visual line of sight. The FAA, to be clear, would still maintain its authority over controlled airspace, and it would maintain the authority to punish operators who behave recklessly. But requiring FAA permission to operate in uncontrolled airspace over 400 feet places an enormous burden on the model aircraft community as well as the FAA. Second, my amendment would allow community-based organizations to self-declare FAA-recognized identification areas based on criteria established by the FAA. Requiring FAA approval for thousands of model aircraft, JROTC, and Civil Air Patrol sites around the country, again, is an unnecessary burden on the model aircraft community as well as the FAA, especially when you think about the fact that many of these sites predate the FAA and have been operating safely for decades. Finally, my amendment would strengthen the criteria to become a community-based organization to ensure they are held to the highest of standards. The FAA delegates a great deal of responsibility to community-based organizations. It makes sense to ensure that they have a strong understanding of the rules and are operating at the highest level. In closing, I again want to thank the chair, the ranking member for their hard work on this bipartisan bill before us. I also want to thank my colleague, Ms. Titus, for her willingness to co-sponsor this amendment. I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
Thank you. Do any members wish to be recognized on this amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that, and appreciate Mr. Yakum's amendment as well, which would essentially get rid of, under conditions, the 400-foot ceiling for recreational drone operations. But I do have to oppose this amendment. We agree on the need for formal requirements and guidance as well. Very active model remote control community in my own district. As Mr. Yakum said, in most every district in the country, they exist. But this issue we tried to address the best we could in Section 629 of the underlying bill, which directs the FAA Administrator to coordinate with the Secretary of Defense to conduct a review of permitting requirements for USA operation without chase. Is that the right one? Anyway, without chase aircraft. I think there's some issues there as well. But I do want to just note that looking at the description as well of the amendment, as Mr. Yakum described it as well, there's a lot of good in it. We are trying to address this in the base bill, as he noted, and in the interest of the Big Four agreement that we have here, we'll stand to oppose this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there amendments to the amendment? Thank you. I
Mr.
recognize
Chairman?
myself.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. This amendment from Mr. Yakum represents a good idea that I hope we can work with you as we move forward. However, as the members know, today's legislation comes before the committee through a thorough bipartisan process in accordance with the Big Four agreement. Thus, I must oppose the amendment. I yield back. Are there any other speakers on this amendment? Seeing none, the question.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. I'm sorry.
I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Yakum.
Mr. Yakum.
Thank you, Mr. Stauber. Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to withdraw the amendment if we can continue to find language that would address the concerns of the model aviation community.
Yes, well, we'll commit to that on behalf of the chairman. Thank you so much. Appreciate
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I ask to withdraw my amendment.
it. Right here. This one. Right here. Where is it? Are there any further amendments to the ANS for what purpose does Mr. Holy, Ms. Holer seek recognition? Ms. Coral.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Coral.
Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Ms. Hoyle of Oregon, number 012.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Hoyle is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on her amendment.
Thank you very much. Passenger service agents perform many important duties, including assisting with pre-flight check-in, screening, loading, unloading baggage, guiding planes on the tarmac, de-icing planes, supplying potable water, removing laboratory waste, ensuring aircrafts are inspected and safe before departure, and more. And in small airports, like my home airport of Eugene, Oregon, many workers do all of these things. It's one worker that does most of these things. But these workers are exposed to many serious safety hazards on the tarmac on a daily basis. For example, on December 31st, 2022, a passenger service agent at Piedmont Airlines, Courtney Edwards, was tragically killed after being ingested into a jet engine. Courtney was a CWA Local 3645 member, and it was a terrible tragedy. Surveys have demonstrated that many passenger service agents don't receive adequate ramp safety training, and many of these workers feel that there are not enough safety standards in place in the workplace. No worker should have to fear for their safety or well-being while on the job. This is a bipartisan amendment that would ensure that proper training and safety standards will be put in place to help protect these workers from the many workplace hazards they encounter every single day. Now, the agreed base text of the committee's FAA reauthorization bill includes a review of training and related educational materials for airport ramp workers, including supervisory employees, which is good. But Mr. Van Orden and my amendment would require the FAA to make updated training materials and to require training for these employees. This will save lives and make our airports safer for the workers that work very hard every day. I know that we have some text in the agreed to base text, so Mr. Chair, I request to unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment at this time, and I hope to work together in a bipartisan way to make sure that we can offer clear safety standards for people who work so hard to get our things done at the airports.
Do any other members wish to be recognized on this amendment? Are there amendments to the amendments? Thank you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. This amendment is duplicate of the underlying bill already requires a review of ramp worker training and educational materials as part of the ramp worker safety call to action. Given this, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. So you see what it is? Yes. Okay, sorry. Okay, we'll go to the next one. The amendment was withdrawn. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Can we have the next one? For what purpose does Mr. Gooden seek?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Gooden of Texas, number 034.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Gooden is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment creates avenues for our nation's veterans to join the pilot workforce. My amendment would enable eligible military vets to apply for flight school training at no cost to them. It would give them the opportunity to earn their pilot's license, which would in turn help ease our nation's pilot shortage. And the language in this amendment is modeled after the U.S. Department of Transportation's Forces to Flyers initiative from 2018, which was a bipartisan supported program that resulted in 32 veterans earning their commercial pilot's license. If this program is fully established at DOT, that number will increase tremendously, and our veterans will have an avenue to better access the civilian workforce. Every veteran makes tremendous sacrifices to serve our country, and I believe we owe it to them to make sure their service is honored and make getting into the real world as easy as possible with respect to flying airplanes around this nation. Including this amendment would meet the real need for qualified pilots and connecting our veterans to good paying jobs, and I encourage support and passage of this amendment, and I yield back.
Do any members wish to be recognized on this amendment? Yes, Ms. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the intent of the Gooden Amendment, which creates a pilot program to award grants to flight schools to provide training to eligible veterans. As a longtime member of the House Armed Services Committee myself for 22 years, and whose district is home to more than 56,000 veterans, commend Representative Gooden's efforts to help support veterans in the transition from military to civilian workforce. This amendment is duplicative, though, of several provisions in the underlying bill. The underlying bill significantly invests in the FAA's Aviation Workforce Development Program and emphasizes the eligibility of projects to support the transition to a professional pilot career for members of the armed forces. It creates a National Center for the Advancement of Aerospace, an independent, federally chartered nonprofit entity to do, among other activities, support veterans seeking to enter the civilian aerospace sector through outreach, training, scholarships, apprenticeships, or other means, and establishes an interagency working group to advise the DOT and the DoD Secretary on the training and certification of certain aviation professionals to improve the career transition between military and civilian workforces. There's a variety of other things that we need to do as well that are outside the jurisdiction of this committee to help our veterans be able to access flight school. We need to work on those things with committees like the Committee on the VA. But for these reasons, I'm opposed to this particular amendment. And of course, in the interest of the Big Four agreement, I'm opposed to this amendment and appreciate the time and yield back.
Are there amendments to the amendment? Thank you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. This amendment from Mr. Gooden represents a good idea that I hope we can work with you on as the process moves forward. Unfortunately, given the Big Four agreement, I must also oppose. I yield back. Are there any other speakers on this amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. The nays have it. Amendment
Mr.
is
Chair, I request a record vote, please.
The gentleman as requested on his amendment, as previously announced, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the questions are proposed. Postponed, I'm sorry, postponed. Okay. For what purposes Ms. Titus seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Ms. Titus of Nevada, number 053, Revision 1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Ms. Titus is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment just simply removes cockpit video recorder requirements. It's a common sense amendment that ensures crew members are protected from employer retaliation and that data is secure for use by the NTSB following an aircraft incident. I intend to withdraw this amendment, and I want to thank the so-called Big Four for including it in the manager's amendment. The main provisions of the amendment are included, as is the spirit of the amendment. So thank you for doing that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, and I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, and look forward to working with you as we go through this process. For what purpose does Mr. Bean seek recognition?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, T and I. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Bean of Florida, number 013, Revision 1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Bean is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We all want an aviation bill that looks towards the future, and part of that aviation looks for the future is having pilots to fly planes. We're struggling. Can we all agree that we're struggling getting pilots to the cockpit, getting trained, getting fired up to go through the hoops needed to get there? We want them safe. We want to ensure that people that do fly planes are adequately tested and are ready to go. But Mr. Chairman, do you know, members of this committee, do you know there's a problem? There's a problem because the FAA that oversees the testing regulation is struggling to provide a timely test when the applicant says, I'm ready to test. Industry standards agree that a week should be reasonable. That's reasonable. If you're ready to go to take the test, reasonable, but 2 weeks should be the absolute limit before that test is given. But right now, Mr. Chairman, do you know, members, do you know the average wait is between 4 and 8 weeks nationwide? And then there are some areas of the country, can you believe this? 12 weeks is the average. Let's do something about it. Let's all come together and say if a pilot's ready to go or if a student pilot's ready to go, let's give them the test within 2 weeks because we all know time is money and this program particularly is very expensive if you are a student pilot. So let's do it. Let's come together. Let's support this amendment, which will hopefully keep our skies flying safe as well as just flying at all because the pilot is a critical need of the flying operation.
Thank you. Any members wish to be recognized on this amendment? Mr. Larson?
Mr. Chair?
Thanks. I presume the presenter yielded back this time.
Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Okay, sure. Okay. Just want to be sure. Thanks. Thanks. I wish I could as enthusiastically support the amendment as the sponsor presented it, but I cannot do stand in opposition to that amendment. This amendment, there's a lot of factors beyond the FAA's control when it comes to scheduling these tests, and it might be better for us to have the FAA look at the process for scheduling tests to figure out what is an appropriate time frame as opposed to a hard stop at 14 days. And so I'm not inclined to legislate that time frame, but certainly would push the FAA. You can find an appropriate way to do that, Mr. Chair, to look at this process in order to get tests scheduled in the most timely manner, and I'm sure there's room for that as well. So this time I will oppose the Bean amendment and yield back.
Are there amendments to the amendment? Thank you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. This amendment from Mr. Bean represents a good idea that I hope we can work with you as we go through the process as we move forward. However, as members know, today's legislation comes from the committee after a thorough bipartisan process in accordance with the Big Four agreement. Thus, I must oppose the amendment and I'll yield back. Are there any other featured speakers on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Bean?
Am I recognized again?
Yes, I recognize.
Very good. I want to say for the record that there's been numerous rulemaking hearings where the industry has come forward and said, please, let's have a test sooner rather than later. I understand how things are going. I can read the room right now, and yes, I will withdraw, but I do want to flag, folks, this is a problem. We've got to fix it so we can ignore it, or hopefully the committee will take note and say, you know what, at least have some type of assurance that this will be addressed. And with that, without objection, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the amendment.
Without objections, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay. Chair Mendy.
Mr. Garamendi.
For what purpose does Mr. Garamendi seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 055.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garamendi is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The previous president and the current president have a very similar policy. Got the attention of a few folks here trying to figure out what that might be. It's actually the Buy America, Make It in America policy. Previous president spent 4 years pushing that policy. And the current president's very first speech after being inaugurated was to push the Buy America, Make It in America policy. That effort and the effort of this committee and other committees resulted in the establishment of a government-wide, that is, all federal government agencies, that would buy America and build it in America, requirements. For this committee, that was seen in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, Public Law 117-58. It's there. However, that bill, that law, did not cover and clarify and bring into conformity many other federal agencies, even though it applies across the entire federal landscape. So this amendment is pretty simple. It simply applies the requirements found in the IIJA to the FAA. So when the FAA is building a project, it'll be clear that the overarching requirement that is in the IIJA also applies to the FAA. In that sense, it is conforming. Now, at this point, I'm almost asking the chair to simply read what he has read for every other amendment. We love it, we like it, we think it's neat and cool, and really like to work on it. However, the Big Four don't agree, or have not come to an agreement on it, and therefore go home. So, I don't know how many more minutes I have, but I think it's probably best to stop there. Oh, 2 minutes and 28 seconds. So let me go ahead then and take full 5 minutes. This committee has repeatedly in the recent years been very, very clear about extending the Buy America, Make It in America policies. I would hope that we would follow on the principles and the policies that we established in the IIJA, which extends the Buy America, Make It America to every federal government activity, even in some ways to the DoD, although we're not quite there yet. And simply clarify that the existing law does actually apply to the FAA and eliminate what might be a confusing issue by some lawsuit someday in the future. So since the Big Four, maybe the Big Four would like to read their statement, and then I will withdraw after I'm told that this didn't meet the criteria of whatever the Big Four wanted.
No objections. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
So I
For what purpose is Mr. Rouser? I'm sorry. Yeah. Are you withdrawing? Oh, okay. All right.
Would you like me to read it for you? I have it
Thank you.
memorized.
I recognize, no, I'll take it. Thank you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. This amendment will make it harder and more expensive for airports to complete projects as time when the effects of IIJA's Buy America requirements and the supply chain crisis are already hurting airports. Given this, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I'll yield back. Are there any other speakers on this amendment? Seeing,
Mr. Chairman, I'm terribly disappointed you didn't repeat what you've repeated repeatedly in every other amendment, but perhaps this is special. Nevertheless, I think it's appropriate to withdraw the amendment.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I got better things to do.
For what purposes Mr. Rouser seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have two amendments at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that they can be combined in block.
No objection. The clerk, without objection, the clerk will designate the amendments. Which two?
Which two amendments?
Which two?
Number 36 and 37, my apologies.
Amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Rouser of North Carolina, numbers 036 and 037.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered as read. Mr. Rouser is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendments.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification. Was there any objection to unanimous consent to considering both equal at the same time?
No objection.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Section 573 of the underlying bill creates guidance to enhance regulations and policy related to the cyber threat management process of the national airspace. However, as currently drafted, it does not address the vulnerabilities of onboard aircraft avionics systems or the monitoring of the communications networks used by these systems. It focuses only on threats to information technology environments, but overlooks the cyber vulnerable operational technology environment. I believe this submission ignores the growing connectivity of avionic systems and the need to ensure that these serial networks have not been compromised. So the amendment adds operations technology and onboard avionics as part of this overall effort to enhance the cyber threat management process, ensuring aircraft control and flight guidance are safe from vulnerabilities. Aircraft avionics require the same security monitoring and resilience level as our IT systems. So the feeling is, without a comprehensive onboard aircraft-centric cybersecurity monitoring and management process, we may very well be at greater risk. So this amendment makes this common sense addition to the guidance to help prevent that. The second amendment, number 37, seeks to demonstrate the gaps in our current cybersecurity framework and how we can better address them. To ensure the safety and security of the national airspace, a comprehensive analysis of aviation-specific cyber systems and their safety measures within the overall cybersecurity strategy is necessary as threats to critical infrastructure, including the national airspace, are increasing at an alarming rate. So this amendment directs the Comptroller General to conduct review on the consideration, identification, and inclusion of aircraft cybersecurity into the strategic framework for aviation security, and further as part of the Federal Aviation Administration's cybersecurity strategy. Specifically, the amendment directs the review to include onboard aircraft cybersecurity risk and vulnerabilities, the roles and responsibilities for aircraft and ground system cybersecurity, and how cybersecurity vulnerabilities are identified and mitigated. This is a critical step in assuring our cybersecurity and integrity, and I encourage my colleagues to support both amendments. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Do any member wish to be recognized on this amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Larson?
Mr. Chair, thanks for recognizing me on the en bloc 36 and 37, Rouser 36 and 37. Unfortunately, I must oppose the en bloc. I appreciate Representative Rouser for bringing these issues to the fore to ensure that, among other things, commercial avionics are not compromised. Pardon me, the cybersecurity subtitle of the legislation addresses these concerns in this amendment, specifically directing the administrator to prescribe minimum cybersecurity standards for aircraft design and manufacture. Additionally, further sections direct the administrator to establish a national airspace system cyber threat management process and convene a rulemaking on aircraft cybersecurity. So the matter has been, in many ways, addressed in a bipartisan way in the base text. I understand that gentleman may have further changes he wants to see, but would ask that we oppose the en bloc in the interest of maintaining the Big Four agreement. With that, I yield back.
Are there amendments to the amendment? Thank you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. This amendment from Mr. Rouser represents a good idea that I hope we can work with you on as this process moves forward. However, as members know, today's legislation comes before the committee after a thorough bipartisan process in accordance with the Big Four agreement. Thus, I must oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw the amendments in block with the understanding that we continue to look at this and see how we can improve the base bill as we move forward.
Thank you. No objection. For what purpose does Mr. Garcia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Garcia of Illinois, number 45.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garcia is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment to require all cargo aircraft be equipped with intrusion resistance cockpit doors that remain locked while in flight. After 9/11, Congress mandated hardened flight deck doors on commercial airliners, but left out cargo planes from the requirement. The majority of cargo aircraft at the time were not equipped with hardened deck doors, and the majority of cargo planes manufactured since don't have them either. Cargo pilots deserve to have the same common safety and security measures that passenger plane pilots have, that they've had since the September 11 tragedy. The aviation industry must prioritize safety for cargo pilots, crews, and communities on the ground. Deck doors are a crucial safeguard, and it's time that we require them on all new cargo planes. I urge my colleagues, of course, to vote yes on this amendment to support aviation safety. In the spirit of how we have conducted ourselves today and this markup, Mr. Chairman, I would seek unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment at this time, and I yield back.
With no objections, thank you very much. For what purpose is Mr. Mask? Is Mr. Mask here?
Mr. Yacob. Mr. Yacob. He's going to be surprised.
He's doing another one? Okay. For what purpose does Mr. Yacob seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Yakum of Indiana, number 019.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Yakum is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, there's 019, we have a kind of a replacement amendment, 025, that I know is kind of working its way through your system. So I'm just going to speak on 025, but I'll also withdraw 019 here in a moment.
Without objection.
Does that work for you guys? Great, thanks.
Hold on, we need to review the text. Just hold tight.
So say, we're gonna recess for 1 second, because we didn't designate it, so it's not gonna work.
So, Mr. Yakum, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw 019. I have a replacement amendment coming up here in a little bit.
No objections. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Who's next? For what purpose does Mr. Garcia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will just designate the amendment. Forty-six. The clerk will designate Garcia 46.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Garcia of Illinois, number 046.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Garcia is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment to establish the Office of Aviation Consumer Protection within the Department of Transportation. This separate office would better enable Congress to provide resources to enforce existing consumer protections, including through new rulemaking. Consumer complaints to DOT dramatically increased in 2020, and in 2022, they remained higher than pre-pandemic levels. Greater attention to consumer issues is needed to reverse a consumer experience tailspin. The current structure leaves staffers double-tasked and buried with the larger general counsel's office so that the work of consumer protection and advocacy does not receive the attention and resources that it needs, and passengers are paying the price. An Office of Consumer Protection would add crucial resources to DOT's efforts to protect consumers, including passengers with disabilities, families looking to sit together, and folks looking for recourse against unfair fees and practices. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with you on these issues and the concept of creating such an office. And with that, I would request unanimous consent and withdraw my amendment, and I yield back.
Without objections, thank you so much. Is that Dusty? The chair will recess. We'll resume shortly.
straight forward. Committee will resume. It's gotten too quiet in here. We got to liven this thing up a little bit.
I can do that.
Mr. Nels, for what purpose are you seeking recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Nels of Texas, number 073.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Nels is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as a former sheriff and law enforcement official, I'm proud to introduce this amendment that authorizes a pilot research program, again, a pilot research program, to study the use of drones in tactical response situations equipped with non-lethal weapons like taser devices, pepper spray, CS gas. My amendment recognizes the serious situations we put law enforcement officials in every day and seeks to provide them with more non-lethal tools to handle the dangerous situations. The amendment requires the administrator of the FAA to initiate a pilot research program to study the potential use of non-lethal de-escalation in unmanned aircraft. The language encourages the administrator to enter into interagency agreements with the Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, and state agencies for the research program. The amendment would require the administrator to submit a report to Congress detailing the results of the study. Finally, it would require the administrator to initiate a rulemaking to create a process through which the administrator may provide approval to operate non-lethal escalation unmanned aircraft. Any aircraft eligible under the research program are required to be manufactured in the United States. So just simply put, you know, we're out there, law enforcement, it's very dangerous. We're losing cops just about every day, every other day. And I think it would be the use of drones to be able to approach subjects that have weapons or whatever the case may be, instead of putting the officer's life in danger or the dog, and you see many canines being shot by these turds, you would use this drone to have the opportunity, non-lethal force, to take the perpetrator into custody. So I just think it makes sense. Again, it's a pilot research program, and I would ask this committee to support this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Do any members wish to be recognized on the amendment? The gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask, would this have allowed the FBI and the Washington police to use drones they could have fired at insurrectionists on January 6th? Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm sorry, my hearing is so bad. One more time there.
I say, are you trying to provide for the FBI and the Washington police to be able to use drones on insurrectionists to come to the Capitol like on January 6th? Was that your intent?
Well, my intent is if that there would ever be any civil unrest like we saw in the summer riots of 2020, I think that we could have used drones to try to help save some people and buildings and everything else. I just think, to be serious with you, Mr. Cohen, I just think that these drones would be a better tool to try to help neutralize violent offenders. Whether you want to say an insurrectionist or somebody that's having some mental health crisis or anyone else, instead of throwing a dog into the situation or having a police officer approach with a taser or some other type of non-lethal, we should study. Let's study the drones to see if there's a way we could neutralize an individual through the use of a drone. It's a way to try to, we care about human life. I guess that's the whole purpose of this, is to study it and try to preserve life. I think even Mr. Stauber, the old lawman, you understand what I'm trying to say here, and I know the good sheriff up there understands. It just makes sense.
It just seems a little Star Wars-like, and I'm just kind of surprised.
Hey, Mr. Cohen, we're going to be sending people to Mars. This is Star Wars.
Any other members wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
And I appreciate the committee's hard work on this, and I have to say I agree totally with this amendment here offered by my colleague, but This would really help our law enforcement officers, and I have seen firsthand, we have used drones in my own home agency of Jackson County Sheriff's Office, and we have lost canines as a result, where maybe we could have saved them as a result of if we had a drone out there so we could just see what was going on. And, you know, technology is emerging. You know, there's some things going on in law enforcement now with communications that we never had in the past. And I just think that this could help with some de-escalation, it potentially save officers' lives and do a lot of good for the community, especially dealing with so many folks with mental health issues and things like that. Just, it would be another tool, I believe, for law enforcement to help, you know, just to try to take better care of our citizens. And we do care about them. And I just, I believe this would be good for us, good for law enforcement. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Are there any other members that wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stauber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Cohen's concern or request, as a former law enforcement officer and a 9-year member of our tactical response team, we actually, towards the end of my career, used drones to ensure that we have the house, if there was a murder suspect in this specific case, that if we're going to go in, we have drones watching every part of the house. It kept us safer, and the technology was there. And I think some of the suspects now know that these types of equipment and the new technology is there. So if they're going to behave or misbehave, that they're going to get caught. And it keeps us safer, and I would rather have a drone get shot than one of my officers. So it is a really good idea to at least start this pilot program, because I think the technology is there, and I commend my colleague, Mr. Nels, for bringing this up. This is, I think, a really, really good idea, and I yield back.
Are there any other members seeking recognition?
My name was mentioned.
The gentleman's time has already been used.
Would
Would somebody like to yield the gentleman some time?
I was just going to say I was basically kind of being a little facetious with Mr. Nels, and Mr. Staub co-sponsored one of my amendments, so I wasn't going to, he's totally turned me around.
Any other members wish to be recognized? Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. Unfortunately, I do not support this amendment. In the 2018 FAA bill, Congress was clear in prohibiting weaponized drones. Now would be too soon to walk back from that prohibition. I yield back. Are there further speakers on the amendment? Yes, sir. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the Nels Amendment number 73, which would authorize a pilot program to study the use of weaponized drones by law enforcement. The 2018 FAA reauthorization specifically prohibited weaponized drones, and I have seen absolutely no evidence to suggest that that was a bad idea. The FAA's job is to ensure the safety of the national airspace system, not to study the weaponization of aircraft. I oppose the amendment and ask my colleagues to do the same.
The question then is on the amendment.
Mr. Rouser, I will withdraw my amendment. I guess we'll weaponize our government, but we can't weaponize a drone. But I withdraw my amendment, and yield back.
Amendment is withdrawn. Now recognize Mr. Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk designated Huffman number 30.
The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Huffman of California, 030.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Huffman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Essential Air Service was established to ensure access to small communities that may otherwise not be able to be connected to the National Aviation Network. This funding is critically important to allowing these underserved areas to maintain a minimum level of air service and ensure access to remote and often isolated communities. I'm proud to represent Crescent City, California, where the Essential Air Service Program has allowed the small Del Norte County Regional Airport to serve rural communities of northwestern California, as well as the constituents of my friend and neighbor Val Hoyle in southwestern Oregon. Crescent City is a model for the need and the importance of the EAS program. It has high passenger demand, and it's more than a 6-hour drive to a medium hub airport. However, the constituents in my district are far from the only ones that benefit from this program. As you've already seen today, this program has robust bipartisan support. This is because a relative small subsidy allows more affordable and reliable service and gives small rural airports, regional airlines, and the areas being served not just access, but certainty. And that certainty brings investments and economic opportunities to these rural, underserved communities. And it's for these reasons why I have offered this amendment and urge my colleagues to support it. My amendment would simply strike the 5-year authorized funding levels for the EAS program and replace it with the funding levels in the Senate-based text. I am concerned that the funding levels found in the ANS will ramp down the Essential Air Service Program, having the funding level in 2028 being $80 million less than it would be in 2024. This drastic cut to the program over the 5-year authorization will cut much-needed funding for these underserved communities, or worse, cut access to the program altogether. That would be a devastating thing for these rural areas, and it's for these reasons I urge your support for my amendment and yield back.
Do any members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none. Unfortunately, I have to oppose the amendment. The cost of the EAS program has doubled in the last 10 years, and the underlying bill makes necessary reforms to ensure the program can continue serving rural communities. So the question is on the amendment. All those saying aye? All those nay? No? The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk number 200.
Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, number 200.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would increase the threshold for Davis-Bacon prevailing wages to $150,000 and requires that threshold to be indexed to inflation. If you're not familiar, the prevailing wage threshold of $2,000 has remained unchanged since 1935. I don't know if you're keeping up with current events, but the cost of construction materials and labor, I don't know. I'm going to guess it's gone up since 1935. I'm not going to do a study on it, but I suspect you're going to find that's the case. As a result of this law, it is estimated that an average wage is 22% higher than the actual market rate, so the term prevailing is not quite accurate, to say the least. Reasonable people can and do disagree on the extent of the law's inflationary effect, but it's difficult to deny that the result is above market wage rates. After all, the purpose of the law is to isolate labor costs from competition. That's why it's there. The very mechanism that sets the market price of any good or service through the imposition of government-mandated wage rates, prohibiting those willing and able to do the work for less from offering lower-cost alternatives. It's just simply not allowed. Since labor costs make up around 50% of total construction costs, the law's requirements tend to inflate total project cost by anywhere from 7 to nearly 10%, which is a lot of money. At the $150,000 threshold envisioned in this amendment, it is unlikely that the vast majority of projects under this bill would be exempt from the prevailing wage requirements. In fact, it's unlikely that any singular project would fall below this threshold. I can't think of one. I'd actually like it if someone would point one out to me. As a result, this amendment will offer significantly less savings to the taxpayer than a straight repeal of Davis-Bacon prevailing wage requirements. However, this is an important step towards bringing the outdated law into the 21st century and actually making sure that the taxpayers' money is not squandered unnecessarily. And with that, I urge the support of the amendment, and I yield the balance.
Any other members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. As the gentleman knows, we are in a Big Four agreement, and given this, I must oppose the amendment. Are there any other? Yes, sir, my friend and colleague from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also oppose the Perry Amendment for different reasons, along with the reason, I should say, of the chair. I oppose it because it seeks to undercut prevailing wage and labor protections for construction workers under the Davis-Bacon Act, which requires workers on federally funded airport construction projects costing more than $2,000 to be paid no less than the wages paid in the community for similar construction work. And this amendment raises the project cost threshold to $150,000. This amendment is the first step towards repeal of wage protections. The gentleman from Pennsylvania frequently introduces this amendment and variations, changing the application threshold of Davis-Bacon up to $2 million on surface transportation projects. The effect and goal is always the same, limiting the number of projects where Davis-Bacon protections apply and attempting to lower the wages of hardworking Americans in the construction trades. The FAA reauthorization bill provides robust wage protections. I'll continue to fight for the American worker by pushing back against proposals like this one, and I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing the Perry Amendment. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay.
No.
The nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the substitute amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk number 203.
Mr. Perry is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will, which amendment number are we looking at?
As far as I know, it's 203.
Okay. The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, number 203.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes a section that is absolutely ridiculous in its plain English reading. The underlying section allows airports to count passengers who pass through security and board motor coaches to other airports as enplaned passengers, quote, enplaned passengers, unquote, for the purposes of apportioning airport improvement program funds. Now look, I know the whole world's upside down and definitions are changing every day, at least according to some folks here in Congress, but I think even the most radical on the left can acknowledge that a bus is not a plane. I'm hoping that we can find some agreement on that. Whether used as a last resort option for service outages or an actual product offering, consumers are often confused and angry when their flight turns out to be a bus ride. Putting that aside, it is equally preposterous and ill-advised to allow airports to count motor coach passengers as enplaned passengers. And I got nothing against motor coaches. If you want to take a bus, God bless you, take a bus. But if you buy a plane ticket, it seems to me that you ought to be able to get on a plane. We're supposedly paying airport AIP funds to render the services of air travel, not motor coach travel. And again, I got no problems with the motor coach industry whatsoever, but it's inappropriate that the airport should be allowed to count airline travel as the former, as bus travel. And I will tell you this, it's deceptive when you go to buy the ticket. You literally think you're buying an airplane ticket. It's equally deceptive when you go to the gate thinking that you're going to get on an airplane. And you get on a bus and you might actually think that you're traveling somewhere else in this large terminal to get on an airplane, but you're not. You figure that out when the bus departs the airport, starts heading down a major highway. There isn't going to be any airplane coming. You're not getting on an airplane, but you bought a ticket for an airplane. And now this language says that we're going to pay funds for this? Look, you want to buy, once again, you want to buy a bus ticket, God bless you, buy a bus ticket. But if you want to buy an airplane ticket, then buy that and get on an airplane. Let's support that. Look, I suspect, I don't know, I suspect that there's going to be a lot of no votes on this. And as you know, that's your prerogative, and I support that. But when it happens to you, because it's happening, I'm telling you, and I'm going to tell you as a person who it's happened to, that's not the reason for this. I didn't realize you could go to the gate and get on a bus and not an airplane when you bought an airplane ticket. I didn't realize that at the time. But don't come crying to me when it happens to you, because I'm not going to have a lot of empathy. I would urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any other members that wish to opine? Mr. Garamendi.
Very, very interesting point you've raised. And as you were talking, Mr. Perry, I'm suddenly realizing that I think I was in Milwaukee trying to fly back to California. And for some reason, the airplane upon which I was supposed to fly broke down. And I was given the opportunity to get on a bus to go to O'Hare and then fly on to California. I checked out all of the options, and it turned out that the best option was to get on the bus, because every other option was the next day. I could have waited for a plane. It turned out that the airline actually paid for the bus, and maybe 20 of us got on the bus and went to O'Hare and went to wherever we were going. And I'm thinking, now, how does your amendment apply the airport and the ticket and all of the TSA and all of that actually happened? But I got on a bus to get on an airplane at another airport. So what you're telling me is that your amendment would deny the airport in Milwaukee the opportunity to count me and the other 20 or so folks as people that they processed. So I understand your argument, but I think it's not working, at least in what I found. And I know that I was not the only situation in which an airport, for whatever reason, was unable to fly at that airport, but at a neighboring airport could, and you're transported to the neighboring airport. I think you're too broad with your amendment. And if you were to narrow it, you might have a chance. In the meantime,
Will the gentleman yield for just a commentary?
I would love to have a conversation with you. It's one
Okay,
of the
so-
most exciting things that would happen to me today.
Look, if your airplane breaks down and there's no other choice, I think it's awesome that the airport would provide a bus for you to get to another airport and make it home that day.
Actually, it was the airline that provided
Or the airline, the airport, what have you. But I'm talking about the airlines that literally sell a plane ticket, not about a broken down airplane. It's not like an emergency circumstance. This is the circumstance where they were selling an airplane ticket where they have absolutely no intention whatsoever of putting you on an airplane. You're getting on a bus.
I
And they're
think
using and they're using that count to qualify for more AIP funds. So, look, that's my commentary. I'll yield back to you. You're going to vote the way you want to, but it's all good.
Thank you for yielding back. You might want to redraft your amendment because you're including far more than what you want to argue for. And Mr. Cohen asked the most pertinent question of all, did I get frequent flyer miles for that little trip? The answer is, I don't know.
Any other members wish to be recognized? Are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize myself to speak on the amendment. I oppose the amendment. Are there any other speakers who wish to speak on the amendment? The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also rise in opposition to the amendment.
So the question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. All right. For what purpose does Mr. Huffman seek recognition?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk designated Huffman number 29.
The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Huffman of California, number 029.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Huffman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment addresses a terrible environmental policy reflected in the bill that would create a new categorical exclusion based on the federal funding involved in a particular project. The proportion of federal funding for a project does not equate to what should be its federal nexus in an environmental review. How much a project costs does not always indicate its impact on a surrounding community or the environment. NEPA, like other federal environmental laws, applies to permitted activities that often have little or no federal funding involved, but still could have a very significant impact environmentally, public health-wise, on communities. NEPA only comes into play when a proposed federal action or approval would have a major environmental impact, which certainly is not intended to be limited to federal funding. Doing that is a recipe to give private industry a pass, even for their privately funded projects, regardless of the harms caused to the public, our environment, and public health. So my amendment would strike the subsection of the bill that creates this new categorical exclusion for airport projects that receive less than $6 million in federal funding, or for projects whose total project cost is less than $35 million, with federal funds comprising less than 15% of that amount. These financial metrics as a surrogate for what constitutes a major federal environmental impact represent terrible public policy. And by the way, these are not small sums of money. The projects that can be completed with these funding levels can be serious and have impacts on communities that are quite significant. However, the amount of these funding levels, whatever they may be proposed to be, is really moot. It doesn't matter if federal funding is very little or even zero. The amount of federal funding shows no indication for the federal nexus that these projects may have. Airports can have major direct and secondary impacts, from lengthening a runway, adding a new taxiway, expanding a terminal, building a training center, adding a helipad, or even a change in flight paths. All of these things can bring air, water, and noise pollution, which a local community doesn't just have a right to be informed about, they've got a right to engage and comment on these things as part of the public process. This language does nothing to speed up project approval. Its intent is clearly to simply cut local communities out of the process. So it's for these reasons that I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Do any members wish to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, are there amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize myself. This provision mirrors an existing provision applicable to highway funding and will give small airports greater certainty as they plan their projects. Due to the agreement among the Big Four, unfortunately, we must oppose this. Anyone else seek recognition? The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the Big Four agreement, this amendment must be opposed. And with that, I yield back.
Now the question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Yakum seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 20.
The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Yakum of Indiana, number 20.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Yakum is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I plan to withdraw this amendment pending a quick clarification. Section 625 creates a new unmanned and autonomous flight advisory committee with a wide range of stakeholders represented. While my amendment would specifically add commercial drone associations to the committee, I've been advised that they are already eligible under the existing criteria set forth in the text. I'd just like to confirm that that is indeed the case.
Will the gentleman repeat his question?
You bet. Section 625 creates a new unmanned autonomous flight advisory committee with a wide range of stakeholders represented. While my amendment would specifically add commercial drone associations to the committee, I've been advised that they are already eligible under the existing criteria set forth in the text. I'd just like to confirm that that is indeed the case.
Yes, that is the case. Yes, that's correct. That is our understanding, that
Thank
you
you,
are
Mr.
correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that clarification. And with that, I withdraw my amendment and yield back.
The gentleman withdraws his amendment. We now move to Mr. Perry. I believe you have an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk, number 218.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, number 218.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Mr. Perry is recognized for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment adds to the bill a broad-based prohibition on the FAA administrator's ability to impose a vaccine or mask mandate on the employees of air carriers, FAA contractors, FAA employees, or passengers. As we saw over the past few years, unelected bureaucrats used the pandemic as an excuse to seize powers beyond those delegated by Congress, including the ability to stop Americans from traveling and to fire those unwilling to submit to experimental medical treatments. While the courts have correctly rejected the administration's efforts to impose vaccine and mask mandates, the damage to the system has been done, and we need clear congressional action to ensure the administration does not seek to reimpose these restrictions in the future. To those who believe this threat is overblown or is a thing of the past, I'd like to remind you that just last Saturday, June 2023, after the White House officially ended the COVID emergency, they demanded that unvaccinated guests planning on attending the NCAA championship celebration wear masks only to walk it back after intense pushback. This is last Saturday. There are serious staffing issues plaguing this industry and the FAA. We've seen significant disruptions in air travel as a result of the staffing shortages, a demand by the government that airlines curtail flights due to a lack of air traffic controllers, and an inability by the agency to move forward on critical congressional mandated actions as a result of staffing issues directly. These circumstances are the result of a number of issues, including Congress's and public health agencies' response to the pandemic, as well as the administration's unconstitutional imposition of these mandates. Firing highly qualified aviation professionals and agency employees due to their decisions not to receive an experimental vaccine are a key driver of these issues, and Congress must step in to prevent the FAA from trying to reimpose these restrictions. The FAA administrator is likely not a medical doctor, a virologist, or anything of the sort, and is in no position to make these decisions on behalf of the people that either work in the industry or use the industry. With that, I urge adoption and I yield the balance.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I oppose this amendment, and I feel, again, as I noted when we were talking about the Aviation Pandemic Preparedness Act, that we were trying to fight the last battle instead of think about the next war. That is, when we passed the Pandemic Preparedness Bill, that bill was actually written in response to the Ebola epidemic, and was the result of a GAO study that said basically the FAA and the CDC needed to cooperate and work together so that we had a plan for pandemics in aviation. That bill eventually worked its way through the process, worked through the Senate, became law in moving forward. And then we still get these amendments on COVID, kind of maybe not ignoring, but perhaps forgetting the fact that COVID was just one more pandemic, just another pandemic. Had a huge impact on a lot of lives, including me. I had COVID myself. The same day I got COVID, and then 10 days later was out of isolation. The same day I got COVID, my neighbor back home got COVID, and he was dead 6 days later. The COVID is pretty, attacked us randomly. And the point I want to make on this is that it was random, and we don't know what the next pandemic is going to be, nor do we know how it's going to act and respond. And so to handcuff any agency in a future response to any pandemic seems short-sighted. Again, this amendment is about maybe the last battle instead of thinking about the next war, that is, when it comes to pandemics. So I am just going to ask folks to reject this amendment and allow federal agencies to help us understand what needs to be done in the event of, and I think it's likely, in the event of the next pandemic, rather than prematurely handcuffing any one agency in the future. So with that, Mr. Chair, and in the interest of the Big Four agreement as well, I'd ask the committee to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? See none. I think Mr. Perry has a good idea, and I'd love to be able to work with you. But having said that, I'm going to have to oppose it at this time. If nobody else has anything else, then we'll proceed to the vote. The question is on the amendment, Mr. Perry, number 218. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. The nays appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, a request recorded vote.
A requested vote has been, or a vote has been requested, as previously announced, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Mr. Perry, amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk, number 207.
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, number 207.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. Mr. Perry, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes the section and inserts text that strikes the underlying program, which allows airport sponsors to use Airport Improvement Program, or AIP grants, to purchase zero-emission, so-called zero-emission vehicles From 2015 to 2022, these funds were largely used to purchase electric buses and electric bus chargers. This is just one more example of diverting federal funds away from the core purposes in pursuit of liberal Green New Deal folly, while making us even more dependent on our adversaries, critical minerals, and slave labor. To the extent that we do fund airports with our constituents' dollars, that money should go toward projects that actually improve airport capacity or security. If an airport operator wishes to use their own profits to buy electric buses and shuttles, God bless them, so be it. But there doesn't seem to be any federal nexus here for the taxpayer, and I urge support of this amendment, and I yield the balance.
Mr. Larson. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose the Perry Amendment 207, which would strike a bipartisan agreement on the need for developing long-term management plans for eligible vehicles and equipment under the Zero Emission Vehicle Program, as well as repeal the program itself. Airports are moving forward with making the necessary sustainability investments to support the shift to lower emissions transportation. Section 419 acknowledges that market shift by making long-term fleet planning a recognized consideration under the inherently low emission airport vehicle pilot program. This matter has been addressed in a bipartisan manner in the base bill text, and I'd ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one. The question is on the amendment. Mr. Perry, number 207, correct? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. It appears the nays have it. The nays do have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Perry, number
222, Mr. Chairman.
designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, number 222.
Without objection, the reading or the amendment will be considered as read. And with that, Ms. Perry, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply raises the mandatory retirement age for air traffic controllers from 56 to 58 years old and the exempted age from 61 to 63 years old. As folks both on this committee and throughout the industry know, the ATC workforce shortfall is dire. It's reached a point where airlines in the Northeast, home of some of the busiest and most profitable routes in the nation, are being forced to cut back on routes because of a shortage of air traffic controllers. Just this past April, in response to FAA warnings about staffing shortfalls in the New York City area, United and Delta both asked the FAA for a permission to cut up to 10% of flights in the region, with American announcing similar plans. Again, these are the profitable routes for airlines. It is untenable that they have to make these business changes because of this failure. This is clearly not the only solution, but in absence of a larger system-wide change, it can play a small role in alleviating the pressures on industry. Now, I know there are folks that are going to be screaming mad and say that, it can't be done and so on and so forth, but if you're not going to vote for this, it sure be nice to know what the answer is to asking airlines to cut 10% of routes because of air traffic control staffing shortages. What is your solution? I know you're not going to like this one, but you better provide something. I would urge adoption, and I yield the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and rise to oppose the Perry Amendment to raise the mandatory retirement age for controllers from 56 to 58 years. This amendment would have little impact on increasing the number of air traffic controllers available, and similar to the previous amendment on pilot retirement age that we heard about earlier, could have significant unintended consequences. According to recent studies, even the most experienced air traffic controllers over the age of 50 perform worse than controllers at the beginning of their careers, often due to high stress levels, subsequent health complications, and declining cognitive abilities. But to answer Representative Perry's question, what else would you do? The underlying bill takes considerable steps to address the current air traffic controller worker challenges. By first, directing the FAA to hire the maximum number of individuals trained at the FAA Air Traffic Control Academy, requiring the FAA to adopt and use the staffing models developed by the Collaborative Resource Work Group, or CRWG, an entity comprised of the FAA and NACA representatives, and requiring the Transportation Research Board to then go further and identify the most appropriate staffing model to meet the needs of an evolving U.S. airspace. So it actually goes beyond just addressing the shortage today. We're actually thinking about the future in this bill. An increase in mandatory retirement age for controllers will not meaningfully address current workforce issues and would introduce unnecessary risk into the national airspace system. I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back.
Any other members wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. Mr. Perry, number 222. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. It appears the nays have it. The nays do have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. DeSaulnier of California, number 017.
Yeah, 17.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Be considered as read. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes, Mr. DeSaulnier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happens with a ranking member all the time. I just want to thank you for taking a moment. We all in this committee who were around in 2017 remember the near miss tragedy at San Francisco International Airport when an Air Canada flight flew within 59 feet of 4 loaded planes, narrowly avoiding an unimaginable disaster. After an investigation by the National Transportation Safety Board, they found that pilot fatigue was one of the factors, in addition to, as we will remember, the inability to read through the NOTAMs and realize that what was happening on construction at one of the landing facilities at SFO. So as part of that, we learned that human factors coupled with the technology was something that other departments in the federal government spend a good time looking at. Particularly the Department of Energy has a long history on human factors looking around nuclear safety. So it led me to wanting to do this both as a bill and as this amendment. This is a simple bill to coordinate with much of the current public investment and best practices. The amendment would create the Task Force on Human Factors in Aviation Safety. The task force would review and provide recommendations on crew responses to abnormal events, like unexpected weather, pilot performance during unexpected stressful incidents, current flight crew rest and fatigue standards, and pilot training to improve interactions with technology. The task force would also look at approach and landing misalignment as what had occurred in 2017 at SFO. While technology undoubtedly plays an important part in our aviation safety, the human presence is an essential part of the system that we should not abandon and should continue to monitor and understand as continued best practice on human factors, neuroscience, and new technology evolves. To help keep our system the safest in the world, we need to better understand the way humans operate and make decisions so we can improve our training and outcomes. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Thanks, Mark. I generally agree with what the intent is. The base text we included a provision to actually make it easier for the FAA to hire their human factor experts. However, they're already evaluating the impact of human factors on its work, and standing up this task force, I'm afraid, is going to make it, an agency that's struggling to get its work done now, it's just going to make it that much harder. So I'm going to have to oppose. But I'd love to work with you moving forward if you want to do that. Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none. The question is on the amendment. Mr. DeSaulnier, number 17. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying no. It Opinion of the chair is the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I look forward to working with you. I think it's an important issue. I appreciate your willingness to work, and with that, I will withdraw the amendment.
All right, the amendment has been withdrawn. Moving on, we'll go to Mr. Perry, number 214.
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the
Designate.
desk. Yep.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, number 214.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry, you have 5
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quite a few of us up here on the dais have owned or operated a business. A lot of these businesses, you have materials being procured, which you either use in the operation of the business or manufacture into an end product, which is pretty straightforward. Hiring independent contractors is also pretty clear. You define the scope of the contract, and then you pay them for the services rendered. Sometimes, especially in recent years, prices for raw materials have fluctuated massively. I'm sure some of us working on projects around the house last year can remember the astronomical prices for lumber. An 8-foot 2x4 was about $10. Labor prices have likewise fluctuated, in part because the artificially inflated cause of Davis-Bacon requirements on federally funded or assisted construction projects. This provision would turn around and allow price adjustments for AIP grants with those fluctuations in labor, commodity, and material prices. I understand, though may not agree, with allowing for fluctuations in commodity and material prices. I also appreciate that this section allows for downward price adjustments, even though I doubt that's what will actually truly happen. There is no reason to allow backward labor policies to jack up prices for AIP projects and then get to reap the reward of the government's unlimited piggy bank. I urge support of this amendment, and I yield the balance.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, and rise to oppose Perry Amendment 214, which would strike consideration of labor costs from price adjustment provisions under AIP grants. This amendment would erase the cost of labor from price adjustment provisions, and that hurts not just American workers, it hurts project sponsors and the program overall. Accurate cost considerations are a crucial factor in project management. So I oppose this amendment and urge all members to oppose it as well. With that, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, the question is on the amendment. Mr. Perry, number 214. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays do have it. Moving on, we have Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi, number 62.
Mr.
Designate.
Chairman, I have a bill at the desk.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, number 62, revision 2.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. You're up.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
I've listened to Mr. Perry here trying to figure out how to reduce the cost of various projects. And that's something we ought to all be paying attention to, although the way he was going about it didn't quite seem to me to be the best way. However, I've got an idea for you, Mr. Perry. I've got an amendment here that actually does work to reduce the cost of major projects at airports. Very few airports, and perhaps none, really have the engineering capacity to design significant improvement projects at those airports. Across the construction industry, across America, and certainly in the western part of America, and even here on the East Coast, design-build contracts are becoming increasingly popular because they really work to move the projects forward faster and can result in a reduction in the total cost of the program. So this amendment would allow the FAA to use this design-build methodology in their major projects at airports across the nation. Right now, it's not at all clear that the FAA can or does allow these design-build programs to become more common. So this would simply allow the FAA, I'll put it this way, direct the FAA to allow these design-build programs to move forward at major airport projects. It's pretty simple. Mr. Perry, I'm just lining up with you to figure out how to make projects more effective, efficient, and cheaper. And this is one way to do it. And I look forward to your support.
Unfortunately, gentlemen, I'm going to have to oppose, and I regretfully
Just when I was
oppose.
about to win.
Because I agree, and the reason I regret is because I agree with the intent on what you're trying to do, and I do like design build, but we do think that it's ultimately going to authorize an additional expense under the IIJ, and we're going to have some jurisdictional issues, but the additional expense is going to trigger a scoring.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I don't know,
But I'd
if I
work
might
with you.
impose upon your time and ask you a question.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to engage in a discussion with Mr. Perry and I about how my particular amendment might work to reduce the cost?
So, sure.
And if so, I would be willing to withdraw.
I'm happy to work with you on it. If we can get it to where it's not going to trigger a scoring problem, sounds great. And we'll bring Mr. Perry in.
Well, it'll be a challenge.
You two
but
are
I
frequent
look forward
flyers
to
when
it.
it comes to amendments anyway.
I withdraw my amendment.
Thank you. Moving forward. Mr. Perry, number 220. You're up, number 220.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I've got an amendment at the desk, 220, moving right along.
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, number 220.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And with that, Mr. Perry, you have 5 minutes. You're on.
Well, keeping in the spirit of bipartisanship and cost saving, Mr. Garamendi, I've got a deal for you as well. So here we go. This amendment adds onto a small but important piece of housekeeping in this bill, that is forcing the Department of Transportation to examine its use of office space. As folks on this committee likely know, the space utilization numbers for many of these federal agencies was abhorrent even before the pandemic, and it is especially bad now after broad telework policies were adopted and then left in place. As written, this section requires the Transportation Secretary to present Congress with opportunities to consolidate offices that are within a reasonable distance from one another, co-locate regional or satellite offices, and use co-working spaces instead of permanent offices. This amendment simply requires the Secretary also tell us about opportunities for the sale or disposal of these unneeded offices. Seems reasonable that if the Secretary is already briefing us on consolidation and co-location and co-working spaces like they have in these new tech firms where everybody sits around in their sweatpants in the dim light and spends more time at the snack bar than they do at work, that we can look at some of the, disposing of these unneeded offices. I think that this addition, along with the reporting requirement already contained in the section, gives us the widest scope of options, just options, as we continue to consider this issue. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption and I yield the balance.
If you two would get together on half of your amendments, we would eliminate them and just come to some sort of agreement. So, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do think it's a testament to your skill, Mr. Chair, that the representatives from Pennsylvania and California are coming together, and I appreciate that. Unfortunately for me, I've got to be the one to oppose the Perry Amendment, which adds an unnecessary requirement to dispose of unneeded office space. Not that they shouldn't dispose of unneeded office space, but there's a review process in Section 803 that I think we should wait for the results of the study, be good stewards of our bill that we pass, hold the administration accountable for it, and get the results of the study as opposed to mandating any one action at the get-go. This section has bipartisan support as drafted, and I would just ask that we oppose this amendment and move on with the section as is, and with that, yield back.
Mr. Garamendi.
I'm confused by the apparent inconsistencies within the majority party here. Not so long ago, I think I was paying attention, although that's sometimes in doubt. There was an amendment that would require that people return to work, that the FAA require that their employees return to work and stop the remote working. Now, if I'm correct about that, then I'm trying to figure out how Mr. Perry's amendment aligns with that previous amendment, which failed. And should it come back up, because it was, as I recall, withdrawn in anticipation of a discussion with the Big Four, if it were to come back up and Mr. Perry has a discussion and he's shutting down offices, and on the other hand, we're requiring people to go back to the offices, how does this work? Now, for me to be confused is not a new thing, as Mr. Perry will attest to. However, we have an inconsistency here, and it's best that the Big Four, who have been unable to get together on my amendments, ought to get together and oppose Mr. Perry's amendment, because it's inconsistent with another amendment that's going to be worked, and we're going round and round. So I oppose the amendment.
And I think actually even pre-COVID, we were trying to make our office space more efficient. Having said that, anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. Mr. Perry, number 220. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes do have it. Mr. Sonnier, number 16.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. DeSaulnier of California, number 16.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and Mr. DeSaulnier, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment stems from the Bipartisan Comprehensive Paid Leave for Federal Employees Act and would require 12 weeks of family and medical leave for all FAA and TSA employees in line with other federal employees. I'm proud to have worked with my good friend and colleague, Congressman Beyer, on this amendment in his fight for parity for federal aviation employees. Studies have shown that providing paid leave for federal employees would save the government at least $50 million annually in turnover and replacement costs. This amendment is an important step to help the federal government retain new talent and can make positions more competitive with the private sector. Not to mention, it's good for our workers and our constituents. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thanks, Mark. Unfortunately, we have germaneness issues that because it references TSA, which falls outside our jurisdiction. In its current form, I'm going to have to oppose it unless you want to work on it to bring it in under jurisdiction. Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one. The question is on the amendment. Mr. DeSaulnier, number 16. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays do have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for a request.
Recorded vote has been requested. As previously announced, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, for the proceedings on the question are postponed. We'll just keep rolling until they actually call votes, and they haven't called votes yet, have they? Not yet. Okay. Mr. Perry, number 205.
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk, number 205.
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Perry, Pennsylvania, number 205.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure we've all seen, either in the news or in our districts, that our adversaries, primarily the Chinese Communist Party, have have bought land for either energy projects or agricultural purposes conveniently near military bases or other sensitive locations around the country. The holding company of one wind project near Laughlin Air Force Base in Del Rio, Texas, is even owned by a former member of the Chinese military. It's awesome. Some states are so concerned about this issue that they have passed laws prohibiting or restricting foreign ownership and investments in private farmland. This amendment, which Rep. Cloud proposed last Congress and who is aware of this effort, is just one way to tackle the energy aspect of the issue, which is ultimately both a safety and readiness concern, not a national security concern outright. Simply put, it modifies an existing FAA siting review process in two ways. It adds a requirement for sponsors of energy projects to disclose any relationship with a foreign principal or with an agent of a foreign principal as defined by the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Seems pretty simple. Second, if a person has knowingly violated the disclosure requirement, they will face the following penalties. For an initial violation, prohibition for submitting another application for 2 years, and for any subsequent inaccurate disclosure, permanent prohibition. To recap, this amendment simply modifies an existing process where the FAA and relevant agencies are already reviewing proposed projects with structures of a certain height for their impact on aviation safety, namely clear zones, radar systems, and other uses of airspace. This adds transparency for foreign involvement as already defined by statute and penalties for non-compliance. I know several of my colleagues have bills that attempt to solve this issue through different means, and I'd be happy to discuss those in relevant venues, including during consideration of the National Defense Authorization Act. This is just one way to tackle the issue that we can do in this particular piece of legislation. I urge support of this amendment. I thank Congressman Cloud for his leadership on the issue, and I yield the balance.
Mr. Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to oppose this amendment, but just ask why don't we put this off until the floor and try to work with Homeland Security, HVAC, and NDAA, and the HASC, House Armed Services Committee, who would all seem to have an interest, if not a jurisdictional grab of this particular issue. It seems rather than doing our little bit and then expect the HASC to do its little bit and Foreign Affairs do its little bit, if we could sort it out, we might have two bites of an apple on the floor vote with the NDAA and with the FAA bill. It just seems like it might be something we should sort out before we get to the floor. I understand they've been unwilling, that's why they're here, but I would suggest that we should ask again. So I just ask folks to oppose this, but I think it's something we'll need to sort out, because we're going to run into that issue anyway with jurisdiction. So rather than run into it, let's go at it and work with these committees. So I'd ask folks to oppose it right now. Thanks. I yield back.
Mr. Garamendi.
We need to recess. We need to go vote. We need to get out of here. I'm about to agree with Mr. Perry, and this is a real serious problem. More coffee, I suppose. Mr. Perry, you're working on an area that I had not thought about. This is a very, very serious problem across the nation. As Mr. Larson said, this is an NDAA issue. I'll be carrying an amendment in the NDAA dealing with military bases specifically. I had not thought about the FAA's role in this, although it is certainly relevant at Travis Air Force Base where there are wind turbines that do affect. And almost the entire area on 3 sides of Travis Air Force Base have been purchased by an unknown LLC. Almost all of the wind turbine, and it is a significant issue. We're dealing with it. I hate to say this, but Mr. Perry, I might have to work with you. This is very troublesome. With that, I think we will deal with this very quickly.
Do you want to deal with this before we go to the floor? Do you want to try to work something out?
Yeah, I think on behalf of Mr. Cloud, I'd be happy to try and work something out.
Okay.
So I'll withdraw the amendment in favor of that, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
and see what we can do.
Amendment's been withdrawn. We've got 13 minutes. You want to try one more?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk, number 201.
Designate.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3935, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, number 201.
Without objection, amendment be considered as read. Mr. Perry, 5 minutes.
So this is a blast from the past. We have voted on this proposition before, and in some fashion voted in favor of it. This amendment transfers the operation of air traffic services currently provided by the Federal Aviation Administration to a separate, not-for-profit corporate entity to provide for more efficient operation and improvement of air traffic services. This is not a novel or original idea. In fact, other than a change to the effective date, this amendment is taken word for word from the Aviation Innovation Reform and Reauthorization Act of 2016. While this provision ultimately failed to be included in the last reauthorization, the proposal gained widespread support from labor and industry and has worked when other countries have tried it, most notably NAV Canada. More than 2 decades after Canada switched to a nonprofit corporate model, they have one of the most advanced air navigation systems in the world. Moreover, it costs less. U.S. air traffic control costs about 26% more on average. 26%, that's significant. There is no silver bullet that will fix the air traffic control system overnight, but the Canadian experience indicates moving forward with this amendment would provide a less costly, more efficient air traffic control system. One thing is clear, the status quo is not working as the air traffic control system has failed to keep up with the demand. As you know, this summer the FAA literally was telling airlines to cut down on routes by as much as 10% in certain locations due to a lack of air traffic control staffing. This is the government telling private industry they cannot fly profitable routes due to a failure by the government to keep staff. This is absolutely unacceptable in America. More fundamentally, the status quo continues to allow our nation's safety regulatory, the FAA, to oversee itself against ICAO recommendations. When regulators oversee themselves, no one is held accountable and the system fails. We must address the issue now, not in 5 years. I know there's a study, but it's happening right now. We must ensure that air traffic control system does not kill the competitiveness of our aviation industry and the ability of the American people to travel. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance and urge adoption.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think anyone will be surprised to hear me oppose this amendment, as I have opposed it for the last 10 years. In the efforts to privatize the air traffic control system. There's no doubt that the air traffic control system has its issues, and yet it is still the safest airspace in the world. The privatization debate was the one debate that held up the passage of the last FAA reauthorization. And once we got past that debate, that is, killed that debate, we were able to move forward and produce a good product in 2018. The committee should focus on ways to grow our air traffic controller workforce, support the technical needs of the FAA to evolve the national airspace. There are multiple bipartisan priorities in this bill to address modernizing the NAS. This ain't one of them, and for good reason. So I would ask folks to oppose this amendment, and I just urge everyone to do that, and with that, I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Seeing no one, the question is on the amendment. Mr. Perry, number 201. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays do have it. Thank you very much to everybody. So we're going to recess overnight. Tomorrow, that leaves us with 19 amendments, and then the votes that have been called, so far. So I hope that we don't take advantage of the opportunity that we're recessing and we don't see a whole bunch of new things come in. Since we only have 19 amendments, 10 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
good luck to the ranking member in the soccer game this evening. Is that all right, Jack? Not 10?
You guys are in charge.
So we'll recess to 10 o'clock tomorrow. Committee's in recess.